little friend. I saved little friend.
Yeah, you're back. Basically, she's still, her bones are still broken and whatnot, and she's still, well, actually, roll me a medical check, which would be D20 plus tech,
Yes.
and I'll bring you up
Also,
to.
I am outside of the ship.
Yep,
Oh, thank you.
I'm just gonna
12.
move this ship up. Ah, fucking roll 20. Stop being a cock. There we go. Boop.
Alright, open up my. Oh, there you go. It's loading in.
Yeah, roll 20's been rolling fairly slow lately. But yeah, the outside image is basically to say this area here in the top left is still smoking and smouldering. This here in the bottom right is, and the engines are completely gone and they've just kind of blown out. So there's just like really residual burns from where the engine was, and that's why it's like a big
Okay.
circle.
So,
So I might have the coof.
I'd like to ask. I'd like to ask this lady what she knows about, or what about mythology.
Well, the first
You
one
know about.
that was a medical check. Um,
Yes.
you look her over. She's got still got the broken bones. It looks like there's quite a bit of damage done. Maybe some spinal, but there's definitely broken ribs, shattered legs, crushed arms, and she definitely has a concussion.
All right. Well, I'd I'd like to try and see if she can remember things at least.
Now, your translators aren't working great, so you have to word yourself very simply, and you'll probably get broken English back to you.
As the conversation goes on, will our translator sort of fix itself?
Yeah, your translator will adapt and kind of calculate what each letter and word and stuff means, but at the start, it's going to be broken English to you.
Okay. Hello.
Hello?
I have some questions
Questions? What?
about the nature of the gods.
The senders?
Yes.
About them what?
How many?
Don't understand.
How many senders are there?
As many as lights in the sky.
Oh. Who are the big ones?
The grand sender. We call him Umbasa.
Okay. Who are his strongest servants?
The holy
Oh, oh
priests.
I'm going to ask
G'day,
here.
Sid. Welcome.
Hi.
How are you? Sore?
Very. 2 10-hour
All right.
days of about 30 kilometers or more of literally pushing around something heavy or just walking.
Well, you'll be set for a marathon if you keep this up.
Yeah.
What's the
Well, it's the thing.
marathon? 34 kilometers, isn't it?
Yeah, something like
42,
that.
I believe.
No, it's 26
42,
miles, so
somewhere
it's
around there.
30. It's 30 something kilometers.
Well, 26 times 1.6 is, let's see,
34, I
so
think.
that's 32, so, 37, about,
Yeah.
ish,
Oh,
somewhere around there.
So, but my dad made a pretty funny state. So he pretty much just said, "I'm not paying to go to the gym. I get paid to go to the gym."
Yeah, that's how it was when I was at the
All right.
slaughterhouse.
It pretty much is true. I mean, I'm literally doing what I would do at the gym, just I get paid to do it.
I always found that natural work gets you buff a lot better than actually going to the gym, because the gym targets certain muscles, while actually working for it actually does every muscle.
Yep. You know, it's awesome too. So like as a landscaper, I work strata.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and
That's setting up
this one
that
guy,
stuff for
I
the
was
measuring
mowing
and stuff,
his
isn't it?
lawn.
Yeah.
Huh?
Is that setting up the stuff so then you got like the leveling and all that, right?
No, so stratas are like specific housing areas where there's a whole bunch of almost carbon copy houses,
Ah, yep.
and they have pretty much the same yard. Some are different, like some actually do pave over their lawn or something like that, so that saves us on cutting their
So
grass.
it's a community
But
template.
yeah, pretty much. And so as a landscaper, like we get hired to do those people's lawns unless they specifically state please don't, or I do it myself, or they have a cement yard.
Yep.
So there's that, and then this one guy, I was mowing his lawn, comes out to the back, hands me a root beer, like a can of A&W root beer, and it's been in the fridge. It's like, you're gonna need this. It was
Sounds like
pretty
the
cool.
Italian guy that I used to mow lawns for. Halfway through the lawns, he's like, "All right, you come down, you sit down, you eat," and he'd have like glass of Coke and bloody food, you know, that biblical bread and cheeses and stuff. And I'm like, "I'll just finish up." He's like, "No, you sit down, you eat." I'm like, "Yo, let me just finish this." He's like, "You were fucking to eat." I'm like, "Okay, Joe, I'll come down and eat."
Yeah, he's just he just pretty much just holds up the root beer while I'm mowing. He's like, "Here, this is for you. You're definitely gonna need it." And so he just set it down for me to grab later, and I finished it up while I mowed the lawns.
Yeah, I did that when people came to install my fucking sun panels, solar panels. I came out with like cup of tea and biscuits and stuff for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good host thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either way, back to the game.
So,
Yeah, sorry.
No,
yes.
it's all good.
Now, let's see. Yes, are the high priests here?
They are in the temples, and there's representatives at each town / city.
Are there any in the sky?
No, the priests are earthly representatives of the gods.
Okay. Who is the great Satan?
Great Satan, I don't understand.
What was the exact wording? Ultimate evil? Something like that? I think it was.
Those that defy the teachings, they are the great Satans.
Oh, so there's many. Okay. What is the punishment?
Sacrifice.
Hmm.
And depending on what your crimes are, your sacrifice is different.
Oh, I can definitely work with this. All right. Okay. So, Lavitz, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my arms sort of open up, and I'm just going to go even for the gods.
You're not a god.
As far as you're aware.
We know what the gods look like, and you are not one of them.
You assume that we are not representatives of them, then.
I'm pretty sure you're not.
She's just going to ignore the fact that my arms are split in multiple. All right.
Yes. She says you do bear some resemblance to the structure of a high priest, but I can tell that you're not.
Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Let's see then. In that
Tekla,
case, I'll ask her. Yes.
pretty much what she's telling me is we have no choice, kill them all.
No. No, that is not. Let me try. Trust me on this, Sid. I've got this. I'm going to ask her name then.
Actually, I haven't even thought of her name yet.
You can just make something up,
Give me a
and
second.
I wouldn't know.
Fuck it. Let's go to Dryad. Give me a second. Oh, that's a good name for her.
Did you use a random name generator?
Yes, I did. Her name is Luti.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I had a terrible joke and now I'm not gonna say it.
Say it. Say it.
Well, I'm a looty for that booty. I'm gonna go kill myself now.
Trust me. All right. Now the question is,
The captain looks at you in kind of like, really? Right in front of me.
I'm sorry. It had to be said. It was a good joke.
All right then. Is she not going to ask for my name?
She says, very well. What designation do you go by?
I have many designations, as it were, but for now, I'll allow you to call me executioner, I suppose. Let's go with that. I think that will accurately convey the general status.
Alright. She's like, very well. What's the smoke and the fluffy one's name?
Fluffy. What the fuck did you just say to me?
I just point at the captain and go, that one's the boss. And that one is Brother Sydney.
Battle brother, the hell?
You forgot about that. Okay, that cuts me deep. That cuts me deep, really.
Wait,
Anyway,
are you referring to... Never mind.
Well, I guess I just assumed
no.
its gender as female.
Oh no, you misunderstand. That's a Battle Brother is a title. It is not a uh, official sex designation.
I'm not one to judge.
All right. I'd like to call in Barry because I'd like to ask this one, her Luti, if Barry looks anything like a high priest or some kind of deity or something.
She's like, oh, a servitor.
Or what?
A servitor.
Pardon? Please elaborate.
A creation of one of the high priests.
Yeah.
I believe you misunderstand. This is, in fact, he is more of a he is less a creation of the high priests and more of a creation of the gods themselves.
So, what was that you
In
kind of got
terms
on?
of okay, sorry. In this, I'll run with that and just say, in terms of the creation aspect, you're correct. However, this this one is in terms of the hierarchy in up above significantly higher than the rest of us. He is a creation of the gods themselves, and he is the one who dispatches punishment appropriately.
Huh, looks like a servant.
Trust me, he is definitely not. Not of any of us, anyway.
Where the hell is that going? There we go. It's not
Okay
working.
then, so we've got good information as to. This is actually very good information. So, I've got a plan. Now, now, is there a leader of? Are there any prophecies regarding, the divine?
She's like, the only prophecies I know are those of what the priests foretell us, and they only tell us when we need to know.
Were there any times that you heard them where you needed to know?
Only that a sign. The last one I heard was that a sign would come, and it'd mark our ascension.
Well, I turn to Sid and go, all right, well, looks like they may be referring to us if we can get our gate fixed and the rest of the ship repaired.
Oh, by the way, Kamiko, roll me 2d20s.
Okay, any modifiers?
Nope.
2 and an 18.
Okay. You know how you can sense the marker?
Yes?
You're sensing 2.
What?
You're sensing 2 markers.
Okay, Lavitz, can you please elaborate? Where is the first one? The original?
Um, Unknown. You can't really tell now. All you
Alright,
know
where
is
is the
that
second one?
um, you're not sure, but they seem roughly around the same distance from you.
Okay, then.
Almost as if you're getting 2 radio signals coming through at once.
Alright, then. In that case,
Seriously, this
I'll,
phone is going to go through a fucking window one of these days. Ah! Ah! There we go. Okay.
in that case, thank you. I will leave you to rest, and I'm going to move out with Barry, and I'm going to start formulating a quick plan with him.
Do I know anything about these markers?
Roll me an insight check, D20. It's a flat D20.
Well, you're aware of the fact that I made a small one,
Ah,
so...
ow, ow. Fuck.
What happened, Sid?
So I got excited because I rolled an 18, bashed my knee against the bottom of my desk, already a very tender and sore muscle.
Ooh.
Yeah. That hurt.
I blame Kamiko.
Yes, well,
Okay,
we
I'm
can't
okay with
all be perfect. We can't all be perfect. Anyway, what does Sid know?
Okay, Sid, you're starting to remember that. Well, not so much that remember seeing the markers, but you remember seeing the images, and you realize that the marker Kamiko keeps talking about and keeps drawing everywhere is the same religious symbol as the religious cult of the marker. And you're starting to go, and put 2 and 2 together. But you
Wait,
don't.
the
Finally.
same as this cult here on this planet?
No. The cult that there's like there's a small church that
There's a
seems
bunch of Forge
Oh,
worlds,
okay.
basically.
Temple worlds basically.
There's a bunch of, yeah, kind of like, Mars and 40K. It's kind of like
Mhm.
that,
Yeah.
Well, it's more
but
like
without all the
it's kinda
crappy
more
tech
like
that will kill you in a
it's more like the
library.
temple worlds of 40k, where where entire worlds are set up to be pretty much a giant fuck off church, where people make pilgrimages to
Okay.
like holy places where great battles or great saints fought and stuff like that.
All right. I've quickly informed Barry of the plan, and I think now is a good time to start moving, and very quickly.
Wait a second, I just need to scratch my ear.
Wait, Lavitz, why is there a big marker
That
on
one
the
was
bed
supposed
here?
to be in there from when you painted it on the ceiling in blood.
Oh, okay.
And what happened is I'd accidentally shifted that to the transparent layer, the GM layer, and forgot to I put it on the wrong layer when I put it there.
Oh, okay.
All right, then. Sid, we need to move. Quick.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm, now you remember how there's an artifact I very much want to recover for its power generating purposes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have a sort of like a two-way link to it, and it's picking up a second one.
Okay.
So we need to move fast because it would seem that our tribal friends have gotten busy. And don't worry, I have a cover story.
Uh-huh.
Now I'm scared. As a GM,
Let's
I
get
am
moving.
scared.
Oh boy. Alright, let's take a look at
Oh, by the
berries.
way, your ship is now
You know what?
repaired to 20%.
We have to go through these two areas, no matter which way you want to go to get to the markers. So I'm gonna be searching for parts or the ZPM housing.
Well, no, from our ship. It's through the parts. And this one would just barely clip the parts.
Yeah, it's still through the parts.
So, yeah. I would recommend we keep Viscera back at base. We ideally would still want to, but Barry is he's my ace in the hole right now.
Mm-hmm.
I've explained the plan to him, and don't worry, Lavitz. You won't need to do anything. I will. When it's time, I'll be running as Barry's voice, as it were.
Alrighty. I can't expect you guys to go after the markers, so I really didn't set up a second part section.
Well, we can just go through. Just as we're searching through the parts, I don't know, have like a roll on our way to the marker.
Yeah, I'll just have you roll for scattered parts because they're scattered fairly far around. You guys did burn up quite a bit of shit as you, like, shit just ripped off as you were coming through here. That's why they were scattered in such a wide area.
All right, so we need 2 targeting rolls, yeah, for myself and Barry, and then for Sid, I guess
And fist
1. Oh, I'd honestly prefer to have her stay back at the ship.
Your turret is now fixed, so it will act as a defensive turret.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. I'll need to come up with something for her. Sid, I have a question about Fisra. What exactly is she? What is her, like, what makes her different from humans?
She literally has blood and hair that is fire.
Think your character that you created
Is her
backup
skin...
character.
Is her skin charcoal or something?
Actually, that I don't know. I should know, but I don't know because Lavitz hasn't told me.
Well, if you just look at her token.
Okay, yeah. So her skin is kind of like a light charcoal color or something.
She's tanned.
She's very tan.
Very tanned. Yeah.
So,
she looks like someone who would
10
be
hours outside would be
sunburned.
Yeah, think kind of Indian, dark Indian. Not struck match black, but more Indian. Indian black.
Mm-hmm.
So she's more brown than black.
Okay.
She looks closer to Sutra.
I don't know who that is.
You should. You play the game.
Well, anyway, regardless.
Which game? Sorry, I'm blanking. Brain's not working at 100% as normal.
Come on. Character on Crash.
Oh yeah. So I forget a lot of their names. There's like freaking 30 characters now.
I know.
Every month they bring in a new character.
As we go through the parts, how many targeting rolls do we get?
Just one because
you're
just clipping the edge, so just one each.
All right. So That's a 19 for myself and a 9 for Barry.
Okay.
We both have 1 in targeting. I don't know about Sid.
Okay, well, mine will be a +4, and I don't know about Fisra.
Fifthra, she doesn't have anything in targeting. But her weapon
12.
has like a
So she,
wide
I rolled a
AoE.
12, and she also rolled a 12.
Okay, you guys find one part. And let me just see what part that would be. That was the upper section. Yeah, you find you guys still on the map. You find a bit of this section here. So basically, turret, not turret, missile controls,
okay,
and
that's good.
a couple of missiles. They appear slightly damaged, but nothing. If you wax with a hammer and a few tinkering and rewirings, can probably get it back on track. So mark that in your sheets that you've found your missile controls.
Okay.
Okay. Would you like to have the honor of having it, Sid? Because I'm probably going to completely forget.
If
Where
not,
am I putting
if you go on to
ship status?
either ship status or things on ship. Which is
Yeah.
read this please section.
Yeah. Okay. You said missile controls?
Missile control and 3 missiles.
Okay. So,
Basically, you needed above a 15 in order to find something.
Alright.
okay, so we moved to the marker area.
Okay. Which one do you want to go for? North or south marker?
Probably north.
They're both
From what I remember, that was the. From what I remember, that was the original.
Alrighty. You head north. Let me just double check to make sure that this is. Okay. This works out well.
That's pretty good.
Okay, move to the south center. You're coming through a number of cliffs.
Okay.
You come through a number of cliffs, and all of a sudden you start. Roll us a flat d20.
All of us?
Just used to.
I got a 6.
Okay.
I got a 5.
Alright, get the others two to roll as well.
Alright, Barry gets a 16.
Fistfur got a 13.
Okay, as you're walking through the desert, all of a sudden you start to see hills. And you see an area within the hills, and you start picking up, and your senses and your you start to smell water. And off in the distance, you start to hear far off singing. And before you know it, as you follow this sound, you come to a drawbridge. Not a drawbridge, a rope bridge.
Sid.
Mm-hmm.
Sid, Fistfront, both of you, don't do anything rash. I've trust in Barry and I.
Oh God.
Can I just use my scope to see what's ahead?
That was what your 20 was. Roll for. You can once you get on the bridge, you can.
Well, that would have been a +4 then. It doesn't help much, but it's a 9 instead of a 5.
Once you get on the bridge, I'll allow you to re-roll.
Okay.
Alright, well, I'm on the bridge.
Someone's yelling about a Bible.
Yes, that is my sister. Anyway,
Hey, Jesus
I,
in your
I
life.
we need the other two on the bridge.
Sid,
Yeah?
you gonna put your characters on the bridge?
Sorry. Brain no worky.
That's alright, I understand. By the way, you're probably gonna have to go single file on this bridge. So,
Okay, well. Okay, there we go. We just gotta zoom in a bit.
alrighty, you find yourself on a bridge.
Well,
On the
Levitz,
side, you look at the ground, and you notice that the ground
let's
is
go.
going from sand, and it looks like it's starting to get muddy.
You
This
get out there.
leads me to believe that there's a ravine. It's getting muddy, so there's probably a river ahead. Now, you said we could re-roll our checks if we're on the bridge, but before I do that, I'm not going to forget that I have my medic drone, and it's gigantic.
There we go.
Thank you. You're the best.
I know. Thank you.
And I would like to repair myself
You're already fully. You should be fully
with it.
repaired.
Oh, okay. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say at the start of each session, if as long as we don't end in a battle, I'm gonna assume that you repaired yourselves.
All right. In that case, let's go.
Alrighty. Rollers are targeting.
All right. That's a 12 for me and a 5 for Barry.
Okay.
Barry suddenly can't see too good.
Ah, some dust in my eyes. This is the worst.
I got a 7. Yeah, 7. And
14.
Fistfra got a 14. The hell?
Alrighty. Let's reveal some of the area.
Don't worry, Sid. This will go
Either
well.
other side of the cliffs, you
Hopefully.
see some women holding bows. They don't appear to be firing at you. They just seem to be watching you, almost trying to hide
Sid?
behind the edges of it. They just seem to be watching you. They don't
Sid?
appear to be showing any aggression whatsoever. They're just watching.
Yeah, I'm
Sid?
not gonna kill them. Shut up.
Good. Good. I'll have Barry lead the way since he is currently the leader. Are you going to continue?
Yep. Just waiting on Sid to move up with you.
Do 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 do
Sid?
do 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 do
What?
do do.
Move.
We're moving up.
Remember to move your tokens.
Yeah.
I cannot control your characters, so or I can with her, but not you. So
Yeah.
I dropped one of my 6 lighters.
6? That's
Okay.
all?
Within reach.
So what do we see ahead of us?
Okay. The mud seems to be starting to clear up a little bit. There's still a large amount of cliff either side.
All right, keep going.
Just keep going, just keep going.
Going.
Hey, for some reason, half the day I had brown girl in the ring stuck in my head.
Try la
The
la la la.
heck?
She looks like a sugar in a plum, plum, plum. Right now I've got it in my head.
Okay, well,
Yes, suffer with me.
Lavitz, I need to see. That is a vital part of our survival.
Okay, roll us targeting. Just used to.
20 plus. Alright, so I see. Oh, okay, I see everything.
Okay.
I can
I
smell
almost
everyone's
see
ass.
everything.
Yeah, but I see everything better.
Yeah, true. You have a natural 21. I just have the dirty 21.
Okay.
Alright then.
That is what you see.
Well,
Huh,
Sid,
Right.
remember the rules.
Should you first ask questions later?
No.
Damn it.
That's after diplomacy has failed. I don't think we can win in this instance if we were to do that, so don't.
Okay.
It's that simple.
Up ahead, you see two women holding spears and other two women with bows trained on you.
Let's move right up to this blockade here.
Before you start moving up, this one here holds up a hand and says, "Halt, heathens! Why do you sully our lands with your presence?"
What makes us heathens?
Oh, no. Sid, trust me on this. No. We know.
I want to know. I want to know their reason. It
No,
could be
no,
completely different. Shut
Sid,
up, Kamiko.
let Barry handle this. Trust me on this. Alright? Or, I mean, you can ask, but it will make Barry give you a bit more of a tongue lashing. So,
Sid's like, "Well, we can start with my button." Hard to
so
laugh
would you like
without a
to
tongue.
ask the question, or would you like to let Barry handle this? Because,
I want to know their reason. It could be different. So yes, I will ask the question.
oh boy.
You murdered one of our sacred animals.
Yeah, Barry turns to you and just goes with what would appear to be a mild amount. He gives a very loud sigh, and he just goes, "I must apologize for my underling. She apparently did not learn her lesson when I properly dispensed punishment for her crimes.
Ah,
At
okay.
least the other two are less willing to be against the grain, as it were."
With the grain.
Yeah. Yes,
If
I'm saying.
they're following
Yes,
you
I'm saying.
with the grain, I'm against the grain.
Yes. There's a little bit of a threat there that he might dispense more punishment later if you don't stop. So, do they have a response, Lavitz?
They point towards Barry and they're like, "So you're the boss, are you?"
I am the one who is. I am their direct superior. Yes, but it seems that in my. However,
What?
things did not go as planned during our excursion from the sky, and as a result, I, thinking that they would be fine, sent them off, only to find out that they had gone and committed heresy. So, if you are willing to look upon the fruits of my punishment, then I would gladly be ready to explain to you exactly what has happened.
I'm sorry, Lavitz.
They train their spears and bows directly onto Barry. And they say, seeing how you're the one in charge, the buck ends with you. Therefore, you are entirely culpable for your minions' actions. Their actions can be overlooked by us. However, seeing how you're the one in charge, you're the one who has culpability in their actions.
Shoot now?
Yes.
Shoot
No. Sid, hold on.
No.
That is one way of looking at it. However, given that that their transgressions were explicitly against my orders, that is not exactly the case.
Even if they obeyed your orders, you are the one culpable. Now, if you submit yourself to punishment, your others may go free and be free to associate in our village while under guard. However, you must submit yourself to the current leader, and hopefully he will be lenient with you.
So then, all that I did was for naught, then.
Yes.
Shoot
Hmm.
now.
What punishments you've given
No.
to them means nothing. Their actions fall upon your head, for they are your soldiers, those under your command.
I'm gonna shoot them.
No, don't.
Why not? They're gonna kill Barry if we don't shoot them.
Who says they're going to kill you? He's going to have to plead his case. He's like, he must plead his case and beg forgiveness from the leader.
Uh-huh. Bye. You think it's worth
Very well, then. Yes. Sid, let me put it this way, right? We're on a bridge. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them at the moment. Fistra can't really do much without running up around here. And
by the way, this
also
is mud. I'm just going to tell you, mud doesn't work with your mechs very well. In water, you can move around freely. Mud is a different story. It sucks. Mm-hmm. It bogs you in. You hit that mud, you're not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And if Fistra were to get here, then she would have to. Well, she has a flamethrower, which isn't very good on drawbridges. So for now, I'll say that Barry's going to submit himself to plead his case, as it were. And all right, and then we can, I guess, go to the village freely.
Yep. Guards will follow you around, but yes, you'll be allowed. The subordinates will be allowed to move around freely.
Yes, and that is significantly better. It's not exactly how I planned for this to go, but it's significantly better than everyone dies. So, hooray!
They also tell you to holster your weapons.
Very well.
Okay.
Though,
Barry moves
Alright,
yeah.
forward.
I'm gonna go eat. Food's ready. I'll be back in a little bit, I guess.
No problem.
Um, don't let me stop
Okay.
Kamiko from doing his diplomacy stuff.
Oh dear God.
Well, we've gotten access, which is what we needed.
Hmm.
I'm going to need to do the trial of Barry, and I can probably assist in testimony.
Okay.
This is
Good
actually
luck.
very similar to what I was planning. Ultimately, just we're bringing it before the high priest, or one of them, or multiple, instead of just, you know, some randos.
Good luck.
Thank you. It's going surprisingly well, honestly.
Hmm. Like I said, good luck. I was the one that wanted to shoot first, so.
Yeah, but Sid,
I.
if we start shooting and killing, they know the terrain. We don't,
Mhm.
and they also seem to be very slippery. So
That's
I'd much
because
rather,
compared to us, we're in mechs. They're humanoid.
and they can go underneath the ground. So I'd much prefer if we were nice and polite. I understand, I understand killing, but that's not what we're here to do, as it were.
Alright. Like I said, good luck. I'm gonna go eat.
Okay. How long will you roughly be?
Okay,
Maybe half an hour?
Alrighty. Half an hour with Kamiko. What could happen during that time?
nothing.
You know that good luck wasn't just for Kamiko, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna
it's
need
for
it.
both of us.
I'm gonna
Honestly.
need more of it than Kamiko.
Wait, hold on. Sid is talking, but I'm seeing her muted.
Nah, the background sound's coming from you, mate.
No. I mean, Sid was saying things while muted,
Ah,
so it's not like the background sound. I for whatever reason, noise suppression only seems to work with like keyboard and stuff, but not muffled voices, which is a little bit frustrating. Not going to lie.
that's okay. They're very coming through very quietly. I can barely hear them. I'm only getting like an
Okay, that's
occasional
good.
cough or an occasional word echoed in the background.
Well, then in that case, what I'll try and do is I'll just. Okay, I've just bumped sensitivity up a little bit so that it's. Or down a little bit so that hopefully less of that comes
Trust
through.
me, it's barely coming through. I can barely hear it, so you're fine. It's not bothering me at all.
Yeah, I don't want any, regardless. So, uh, I guess I'll be following Barry then to the High Priest.
Well, the thing is, um, they take off. They take off with Barry and leave you behind.
I'm going to follow them.
Alrighty. Oh, come on. Ah, bloody hell. Roll 20 is being a bit of a prick. Every time I got to grab something, it starts. Oh, that's why.
Alright, around here, and around here, and through here.
Never mind. Up here.
Alright.
Okay, roll me a targeting.
1d20 plus 1. And I get 5.
Okay, you don't see a lot, but you do hear a lot of chanting. And you have to keep your distance back here. Basically, this woman here is keeping you at a distance from Barry. And see. Come on, Roll20, stop being a prick. Okay, as you're walking along, you're seeing that this is kind of like a shack community. This is very much like
Yep.
like you got those floating Asian places in Vietnam.
Yeah, kind of like if you've seen if you've played Stalker Clear Sky, the village at the beginning, kind of like that. Not like with water or
I've
anything,
never actually
but
played the beginning of that. I've only seen a bit in the middle of it when I went over to a friend's place
okay.
and saw
Well,
it. I really need to
well,
get
there's
that
a
game.
very similar village there.
Yeah, because that
Yeah,
came
the
out
Stalker series is good. It's just there's some weird stuff
around the
that
same
I'm not
time as
very good with.
Fallout 3, didn't it?
I think so. It was made in Ukraine, so
Made or
like
set?
it's not. I don't know. Both actually. It was made by the Stalker series is made by Ukrainians, and it is set in the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. Well, look at you're seeing a bunch of animals. Quite a few of them. There's turtles. There's even chickens running around. Well, they look like chickens, but they're quite big. In fact, they're about the size of large dogs, probably about the size of Great Danes. Like these are big chickens.
Okay. Have they stopped moving Barry?
Yeah, they appear to be. Actually, no, they've moved up to. Um, they've moved him to here, and the ladies appear to be looking out over the water, up towards this direction.
While we're walking, I'd like to ask our this bodyguard here if there's been any odd red rocks they've seen.
She says no, but something has called the priests here, and not just for the purification ritual.
That sounds like what I might have lost.
Well, you never know what you find out in this world.
Yes,
The
but
lady
I
seems
would
appear
like
to be
to
quite friendly towards you.
reclaim. Why?
Roll us a d20 plus communications.
19.
She seems to be quite intrigued by your mech. Like she's, you realize that something like you is something rare, obviously, and she's kind of intrigued about what you are, where you come from, and whatnot.
Is she going to ask that, or?
No, she hasn't appeared to ask. She's just kind of like, she's watching every move you make. But it doesn't appear like she's analyzing it for threat. It's more like she's trying to internalize and figure out exactly like what you are, in a sense.
Well, in that case, I'm just going to mutter, just barely loud enough to hear. Great. So, seems like they're interested in it too. Which means that we might not be able to get it back. So we might not be able to return home. Right. Just a little bit,
She kind of looks at it and she's like, well, home is what you make it.
I'm going to look up at her startled and go, what?
She's like, well, we used to have great cities, apparently. Now we live here.
Well, that's not too far off from certain places.
She says, well, if it wasn't for the great monks and priests, we'd all be living in a sandy, unlivable world.
Sand isn't nearly as bad as it could be.
She's like, well, it's coarse and rough and irritating and it gets everywhere.
Oh, you haven't dealt with radiation sickness.
She's like, actually, many have.
Hmm. Whereabouts does that usually occur? And are there any structures there?
No, the radiation was fallout from the Great War.
Okay,
It leveled
so
our great cities and destroyed most of our people.
somewhat similar, but not precisely the same.
I'll be right back. Just gonna go for a piss. Be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, roll me another targeting.
All right.
Okay, you see.
I noticed nothing.
You notice nothing. You're too busy looking at her supple breasts.
I'm just thinking, man, I wish that was me.
I wish I wasn't as flat
Anyway.
as a washboard.
No, actually, apparently, back when we rolled, it was like, I got, I think, C?
Yeah, I think you had C's, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere else. So, but, that's compared to her,
Compared to
that's
Sid, who got
nothing.
stuck with A's, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and then Ruby got, like, something ridiculous, and then She went and made them even bigger.
Ruby had C's, I think, and then she got them like inflated to like F's or E's or something like that.
All right.
Actually, I'll roll for. Um,
We can still communicate in our mechs without other people hearing, right?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, well,
Does Barry see anything?
no, Barry's here, and they've kind of told him to kneel down, and he has done that.
What does Sid see?
Sid sees quite a lot. I rolled one for her, and she's got a 19. She overlooks the pond, and there appears to be some kind of ritual going on. There appears to be a bald man with cybernetic legs. He appears to be praying on a steel altar. And the steel altar appears to be sucking in water from beneath, and it is pumping out clean water out of the front of it. There appear to be 4 women on what appear to be boulders, and they appear to be kind of dancing and chanting.
Okay, we found Mundane Matt. Good to know.
Oh, yeah, well, Mundane Matt's groupies.
Well, I mean, he's doing the boulder ritual. Yeah, his son.
Yep. You see
Matt
two
Jr.
larger, what appeared to be monks as well. They appear to be either side of a thing, and they just kind of they're looking around. They've got their eyes trained on you, but it appears to be they're in a state of prayer as well. They have their hands together, and they're chanting as well, but their eyes are fixed on Barry and you, and Sid and Fisra.
Has Sid alerted me to the fact that this is happening?
Yeah, basically what she's done is she's punched up the thing so you've got a screen that shows what she sees.
I'm going to ask our good friend here what's going on precisely.
It is a ritual of purification. A monk comes around once a month in order to pray so that the machine continues to work. The great purifier. It is the reason why we are still alive.
So a machine spirit, then, or of some kind.
She's like, yeah, that's pretty much it. These monks keep the machines running that keep us alive.
We had something similar back home, but not nearly as, I suppose, finicky is the word for it.
She looks and she says, please don't mock our beliefs.
I'm not mocking it. I'm more saying that the generally prayer was for only the most serious repair jobs.
She's like, water sustaining all life for us, that's not serious?
That's not what I'm. That's not what I mean. I mean more in that. How do I phrase this? The spirits in our machines were much less strong-willed.
She's like, oh, fair enough. Either way, your friend will have his judgment once the monk is finished. And the chanting goes on
I
for...
would like to. Alright.
Alright, go on.
I would like to be there. I do believe that his punishment to us for our transgressions was just.
Well, he'll have to plead
He
his
was
case.
not. Very well then.
Because remember, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Indeed. But neither is. Well, never mind. I'll continue.
Roll us a
Just
d20
watching.
plus tech.
Seven.
Yeah,
My rolls tonight are incredible.
you try to analyze the machine, but no matter how hard you get it, you can't seem to understand how it is working. It doesn't appear to have moving parts at all. In fact, in the back of your mind, it kind of reminds you of your gun.
I just go, okay. I see. I see.
But you also notice that the women that appear to be dancing appear to be getting abnormally tired. Like they're extremely fit. You expect that they could easily run a marathon and, you know, do a bunch of backflips afterwards, but for some reason they appear to be abnormally tired.
Okay, I think I've figured it out.
Okay, and after about a half an hour, the bigger monks move around.
Oh, she's not going to. Okay.
What? She's not going to what?
She's not going to question me thinking aloud that I believe I might have figured something out.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were just saying that. She's like, what do you mean?
No. Well,
About what do you speak of?
it would seem that I have a suspicion as to the origins of your technology. It's very similar in nature to
Oh no!
the power source.
This thing was in the back of your mind. It's not because it's a 7. If it was a higher roll, you'd know. But basically, in the back of your mind, it kind of reminds you of it. It's not.
Okay, in that case, I'm just saying. Okay, then I'm just going to say. I'm just starting to put 2 and 2 together, as it were.
Okay. To you, it's a marvel of engineering.
Well, I think Sidron will be very mildly distressed to find out that we're on another marker planet then, if this is probably what it is.
Okay, after about... Oh wait, put the turtle there. After about a half an hour, the monks have moved to either side. Chook runs off. Pardon me. The monk stands up, stretches his legs a little bit because he's been in a prayer stance for quite a while, and he then hops onto this lily pad, hops onto the turtle, and then jumps right in front of Barry. And the two ladies back up a little bit, and these monks coming closer. And he goes up to Barry. He seems... roll us a detect. And I'll allow you to move to there.
Alright, do you want me to... Yeah, oh... 10.
Okay.
And Sid... I don't know. Well, I guess Sid's just sitting and not really doing anything, so...
Yep, Sid's just sitting back. I'm not sure what she's gonna do. She shouldn't be too far off to getting back.
Would she be observing this as well, or?
Oh yeah, she'll be observing. Don't forget, you guys all share he's got his channel open, so basically what he sees and hears, you guys see and hear. And you can kind of whisper and
Okay.
talk to him
So
without
shall I roll an
actually.
observation for Sid?
Um, I'll roll it. There we go. She got a 9.
Okay.
Let's see. You can roll one for Barry though. Barry's right in front of his face, so he'll get a +2.
All right. All right. On top of his 1.
Yeah, so he'll get a +3.
All right. He gets a 10 as well.
He's not sensing any malice or anger from this guy. In fact, the guy seems quite curious. His words seem harsh, but they don't seem to be carrying any anger towards him. He's like, "So, you're the great defiler I've heard so much about."
If that is the name you wish to give me, then I won't object.
He's like, "Do you understand the charges that are laid against you?"
I am aware.
That's a bold claim. Tell me what you think you are charged with.
From my understanding, I am charged with negligence for not being able to rein in my subordinates during a rash decision on their part.
It's like, yes, but that is a small part of your charges. Your charges are for that of what your subordinates have done. Murder of a holy animal. A holy guardian of the planet. These are not small charges. These are indeed great heresies amongst our people.
I have become aware of this, yes. I was not fortunate enough to be conscious during that time. Otherwise, I would have reined in my underlings. However, upon hearing of their transgression, I decided to punish them as I believed appropriate for their transgressions.
He gives a slight smile. And then the smile disappears from his face, and he says, "If you were of my people, you would be tortured, filleted, and left out for the sun to bake you to death. However, I'm going to be lenient with you and allow it to be fully judged by the High Council, the head priest, in fact, seeing how you are not of this planet."
I see. Would it be pertinent to inform you as to what punishments I gave to my underlings, or is that no longer of a concern?
Yes, it is no longer of concern. He's like, what punishments you've given them are meaningless. You are the leader, therefore you are culpable for all the actions of your underlings. Though you may not obey by this rule, this is the rule of our planet.
Very well then.
And the priest comes up and places his hand upon Barry. Roll us a d20 for Barry.
11.
Okay. And let's just roll us. Doubles. Roll again.
Alright. Let's see. 17.
Okay. Okay. Barry feels almost as if his circuitry is being copied. And the monk's eyes glow for a few seconds. Roll us targeting for you and Barry.
Alright, just... So, Barry got an 11 and I got a 10.
Okay, you can't tell really from this distance, but Barry can. It appears to be that the monk has cybernetic eyes. And he notices that out of the monk's hand, he actually had a bunch of wires that connected straight into Barry's suit and copied pretty much all the suit's data.
Hmm.
And now roll
Well,
me,
you
roll me,
certainly
a,
seem
roll me a communications
handsy,
for
I guess.
you and Barry and Sid.
Let's see. So that's 16 from me.
Yep.
Barry has, let's see. He has 2 in communications. And I don't know what Sid has.
I don't think she's got any bonuses.
Wait, no, she has a +1, doesn't she?
She might. Either way, roll me 2d20s for her and Fistra.
Okay, well, Sid critically succeeded, so regardless of whether or not she gets the bonus, I don't think it matters excessively. And Fisher got a 13. Barry got a 14. I got a 6.
Okay. The monk steps back, all of a sudden, and his eyes fix on you. And he looks at you and he's like, "You've been touched by the marker." And his eyes literally start glowing and he's just staring you down.
Well, I'm just going to look back at him and just go and just sort of look there. Yeah.
Okay. He points to you and he says, "You, come here."
All right. Well, I'm not going to start any fights with the locals. Okay. There.
Yep, there's good.
Wait. Okay. Alt. I think. Yeah. There we go. That's less tismy.
Yep. And I'll move Barry back. He says, "You're looking for something. The marker."
So you found it then.
Roll me a d20.
All right. 19.
Your eyes fixate on his chest, and you don't even need your systems. You can actually see the marker underneath his cloak, hanging around his neck.
The full-sized one? Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yours. The one that you've lost.
Okay.
Remember, it's only about a half a foot big.
Yeah, I know. It's still a bit big for Nicholas.
It is, but he's actually quite large. In fact, all these people are almost as large as your suits. Though they are a bit more lanky than normal humans. It appears to be that the lower gravity has made them grow actually taller.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and get a better look at it by
It's underneath his clothes.
poking my head out of the suit.
It's underneath his clothes. You can just kind of sense it, like almost like X-ray vision, almost.
Okay, then. In that case, I'm just going to give a little chuckle and go, so that's where it's been hiding.
He's like, yes, it is going to be taken to the High Temple, where your friend is going to be going. I sense you have a connection with this marker.
That's not inaccurate. I would prefer to be able to have it back.
You're like, well, that is up to the Grand Priest. But this is the key. I'm not going to ask about where you found it, because I'm assuming you won't tell me.
Oh, well. Let's just say that there was an a little bit of a rowdy bunch around it. Not very keen to share their little anything.
Oops.
They weren't using it though,
Oh,
so.
fuck it. He's just staring at you now. And everybody seems to be staring at you.
I was going to sign up. I'm going to get a scolding for activating a rock, aren't I?
Well, that will be up to the High Priest. However, you have brought the
Oh.
key to us, which is a great deed, especially for me having found it. And me having found you.
I beg your pardon?
Like, you don't understand the significance of this, do you?
I am somewhat aware, but it isn't particularly friendly all the time.
He's like, yes, the feeble minds generally don't understand the greatness of what they behold.
My I would, well, I suppose that is one interpretation, yes.
He's like, either way, I'll be setting off for the High Temple tomorrow. And all of you will be joining me. Under guard, of course.
Well, That is, if that is how it must be, then
Oh, that's how it will be. And he gives you a sly smile.
you're beginning to remind me of someone who, uh, well, he was certainly uh, precocious.
Out of character, I have no idea who you're talking about.
Uh, I'm I'm actually referencing Dimitri again.
Dimitri
At this
from.
point, I've just decided, fuck it. He was the guy who he was a joke character I came up with. He just reattached an arm and kept going. But now at this point, I've just decided, you know what? Maybe he's an actual serious character who actually happened.
Oh, fair enough.
So I'm at this point, I'm just going. You know what? If we're gonna, you might as well carry the joke on. I can't be bothered to come up with another Slavic. Not at the moment, anyway.
Okay. Well, either way, he says, feel free to take up lodgings in the town. I'm sure one of the townsfolk will be more than happy for you to rest in their house. But for now, I must rest. I'll just open up the town for you.
Sleeping indoors. That's not exactly what I'm up. That's not exactly what I'm used to.
He's like, well, you're more than welcome to sleep out and have the desert sand rip you off your skin.
All right then. Which way will the wind blow tonight?
Unknown. But trust me, it's best that you take shelter within one of the tents, I should say. And he then walks off. Spryly. Where does he go?
Well, that went surprisingly well, actually.
And Barry gets put there. With one each of the guards. You now notice that you have two guards either side of you. You personally.
Okay.
And then the other guard just seems to be sticks near Sid and Fisra.
All right. Well then.
Two guards, I should say.
I'll turn to the one who presumably was there before and just ask, is there somewhere quiet?
Yeah, she says, there's my place. It's right here.
Would you mind if I were to take a bit of a rest there?
She's like, no problem. Any hut is everybody's hut here.
Thank you. All right. Well, if that's how that night's gonna go, then How long has it been since it left?
Let's have a look at the timer. It's probably be close to um half an hour now.
Okay.
She shouldn't be far off now. I'll send her a message.
Well, I'm not going to be getting out of my mech when I go to bed, but I will pet my repair drone and then just have it sleep on top of.
Fair enough. No problem.
So just, eh.
Now, while you're in there, you kind
I
of
think that counts as.
roll a 3 detects. Targeting, sorry.
All right. That's one there for 4. That's 2 there for 19, and that is a third one for 20.
Okay. While you're sitting in your hut, you observe quite a bit of the town, and it's actually quite a bustling little town. There appears to be a lot of fishing and netting going on, but you'd think it's strange. Normally, this kind of amount of fishing and netting you'd basically run the area dry within a couple of weeks to a month, and yet this appears to be have been going on for a long time, and yet the bounty of this area appears to be extremely high. Abnormally so.
Can I sleep sitting up?
Yeah. In your mech, you can basically just doze off. You can actually put yourself into like a sleep thing. It can actually inject you with a substance that puts you to sleep or wakes you up accordingly. You can even go into like
Oh, well, on my.
a partial mode where you kind of have all your senses up and ready, and you can kind of doze off, and the slightest change in your senses will wake you up.
All right, I'll go with that. No count.
No problem. See, this would normally when Sid would go around and try to bang someone.
Honestly, it's probably for the best that she doesn't. I don't fully think that sex would be a good idea yet.
Probably not, no. But you have observed the people. The people are, with the exception of the monks, are abnormally tall and lanky. Very long arms. Are there any questions about the area or the people that you want to ask? Because the lady's next to you and she's kind of willing to talk to you about things. The monk appears to just kind of be standing there very sternly. He doesn't talk, he just kind of stares. But he's almost as big as your mech. So he's sitting at close to probably 3 meters tall.
Hmm.
But yeah, she's a lot like think like a Japanese schoolgirl kind of thing, where they sit there and they're kind of like intently looking at you.
What kind of hunting area?
Sorry, you're cutting out. All I got was hunt.
What kind of hunting areas are there here?
She's like, well, there's the bounty of the waterway here, but there's also quite a larger number of smaller animals that roam the deserts, along with some larger predators.
Do you hunt the predators?
Rarely. Only through rites of passage do the predators normally get hunted, or if their numbers grow too large.
Okay,
Of course,
that's a bit.
sometimes less aggressive creatures do mutate and become quite of a bit of a handful.
How large are these predators?
Quite large. The mutated turtles on sometimes get almost as big as a house.
Not bad. Certainly, sounds like there's certainly better hunting than sorry, than I expected to be around.
Oh, you'll be surprised what kind of creatures are on this. I've only seen a small part of this world, and there's so much variety in the creatures that roam this area.
Well, that's a little bit different from home, but I suppose they don't have as much to deal with as here as they do back home. So
She's like, I remember seeing one of these chooks mutate one time. It was massive and hyper aggressive. It's actually what I killed to gain my huntership.
okay, so your rites of passage are different then.
Yes, we hunt a predator for our rite of passage.
That's a bit different. Do you have any assistance or?
She's like, no. Well, sometimes we go in pairs, but generally only one returns. Roll me a targeting. No, a tech actually. Roll me a tech.
Right.
Okay. Your focus goes to her bow, and you realise that the bow itself appears to be made from one piece, the center strip of a beak. Almost as if the entire bow has been carved from a large beak.
So
This bow is almost 2 meters
I'm
long.
guess I just I just sort of gesture at the bow and go, so that's where your famed uh, whatever she called the big chickens went.
Yep. We call it the cockatrice mutation.
Answer names and what we give our prey.
Sorry, you cut out there again. You're roboting a bit.
Sorry. Answer names and what we give our prey.
She's like, well, it's a ritual. Rituals always have fun, long names.
Not where I'm from.
And where are you from?
Well, that would depend where we are now, wouldn't it? I'm not certain which direction it is exactly, but I do know what it's like, and it's a heavily forested area next to the ruins of a large city with animals that are almost exclusively a minimum of three times the size of any normal person.
Don't forget, their normal person is the size of your mech.
That I am. I'm accounting for that.
She's like, really? Tell me about it.
Uh, well, there used to be a city by the name of Chernobyl. It was, from what I've heard, quite lively. Up one of the first of its kind in reactor technology, was poorly maintained, and what was it? Exploded, I believe it was.
Only I don't think it fully
Or no, it had
exploded.
a meltdown.
It melted down. Yeah, it didn't explode.
Yeah, it had a meltdown. That's the word I'm trying to find. And it had a meltdown. So that was around how many years in the future is this, Slavitz?
It is 4366.
Okay, so about uh 2010.
2,360 years ago, pretty much. Or
Okay, so
2,300
about
years ago.
2000. I'll say, yeah, 2,300 years ago or so. Most of the creatures there are quite large. There's large bears that are, well, about the size of this shack, and they're very heavily armored, except on the neck. Lots
Ah,
of lead lining. It keeps them safe from the radiation,
much like the
but
turtles.
not from a sword. Yes.
The turtles are very similar, but they don't have an unarmored neck.
Yeah. Well, good luck hitting the neck. Moves quite fast. Usually, it's a better option to stand and fight than run away. And trying to climb a tree doesn't work with them like with some other predators because they're large and strong enough to knock them.
Oh, they would be.
Yes, and so for our rite of passage, once you reach a certain age and the elders deem you of sufficient age and experience, you are exiled until you can return with 10 skulls.
And do you use bows and spears?
Well, that depends on what kind of enemy is being fought. Many of them are still not very intelligent in terms of watching for traps. And the ones that aren't are easy to knock down with a more advanced version of a bow.
So you don't just hop in an arena and go one on one with one of them?
Not usually.
That's what we do.
There are some who there are some who can, but those people do not make it.
Sounds like your people are a bit soft.
Well, in terms of durability, you're probably correct. But there's more to strength than just strength of body. If you can't if you can't if you aren't knowledgeable enough of medical procedures, then a wound will take. And if you aren't good at tactics, then you lie in a fight that you didn't. It's
Sorry, you're roboting again.
Okay. What was the last thing I said that you could hear?
I didn't catch a word of what you said after I said that you guys were soft.
Okay. Yes. Right. Well, there's more to being strong than just your body's. You have to be able to. You must have the strength of mind to be able to plan and prepare for attacks from multiple angles, and to be able to um, know when and when not to start a fight.
Well, we have to
If you cannot,
rely on our quick wits and our
yes,
cunning.
I suppose that is different than how we do it, primarily because of the difference in our prey.
Yes, the cockatrices and the giant turtles can basically one-shot any creature pretty much they hit. One claw is enough to take off, like, sever someone's torso in two. In fact, the cockatrice, if you get too close, its breath can actually turn you to stone. They're also lightning
Interesting.
fast on their feet.
We've got something similar, but more focused in the trees. They're much they're usually quite docile. Actually, generally they're generally used. They're intelligent enough to be used as pets, and it's only those who are very desperate or very stupid who try and destroy a nest of them for food.
What are they?
We usually, well, it depends on who you ask. People who don't get a good look at them call them things like ghosts, but we mostly just call them hunters' friends or wraith birds.
Huh. Biombassa. Who would have thought it? Wait, do you say they fly?
Yes, quite fast too.
Our birds don't fly here. Well, not anymore.
That's probably primarily due to the difference in the kind of feathers.
It's possible, it's just that our birds are really heavy. big solid bones. You can't really cut them. The only thing here that flies are really the bugs.
Well
Actually,
then.
roll us another tech check.
10.
Yeah, you're realizing as you're doing more scans of the environment and whatnot, you realize that the oxygen level is far higher than that on Earth. Lower gravity and higher oxygen.
All right then. I'm just going to call it a night then, I guess. Just, I guess this is probably taking quite a long time. So just
Yep.
call
Yeah,
it a
the
night
days are
and
very long on this planet. You're guessing the average cycle was probably about 40 to 40 hours of daylight.
well, how long have I been awake?
You've been awake for probably close to 20 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a nap.
Alrighty. You take a nap and it's just on, well, it's evening now. The people appear to be packing up their nets and they all appear to be taking shelter within their huts. They're even picking up the chooks and putting them in huts as well.
I'm guessing Sid Fisher and their guards are in a hut as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to put them in this one here. And all of a
Well, I'm going
sudden,
to go back to sleep then.
you notice that the wind is starting to pick up. And you're starting to realize why the water has a green, muddy glow across it and why there's so much mud. Because sand is starting to pick up and fly around the place.
Okay.
Roll us a d20 plus tech.
Just flat. Okay, plus tech. 19.
The night is quite short. You realize that this planet, its moon actually reflects enough sunlight that basically it's almost like daytime at night. It's just masked. The
Oh, well,
But
okay.
for some reason, the moment the sun disappeared, the wind picked up like you wouldn't believe. And you weren't wrong that if you were out of your suit and out of both of your suits, this wind and sand would actually shear the flesh from your bone to a degree.
Okay, well, I'm gonna continue sleeping.
The ramshackle huts seem to be holding together quite well, though. You notice that the wood and steel that it seems to be made of seems to be of hardier steel and wood than you'd see on Earth. Like this wood is basically
Well, the steel would probably be the same,
well, this wood,
but the wood,
the
yeah.
wood is like comparing balsa wood to black oak,
Okay.
and the steel itself seems to be of a it's steel, but it's not steel. It's of this.
So they've got a different forging technique or something.
It's almost like the steel is of a different composition.
Okay.
Either way, morning comes around. and you're shunted to the front of town.
All right, where is that?
Where you entered.
Oh, okay, there we go. Let's just grab there and go. Is it here?
Yes.
Okay, that's not too close. That's good. All right.
Yep, that's good. He says, first we will go to the pyramid, and that will light our way to the main temple.
I don't really have any objections, so.
Alrighty. Well, Sid's still.
I mean, we don't really have a choice, so.
Okay.
Actually, as I'm walking by, do I notice anything more about the fountain or purifier?
Roll us a d20 plus tech.
All right, 23.
Yeah, you notice that this fountain appears to be powered similarly by your, like, of a similar construction as your maker weapon, or your marker weapon, sorry. In fact, you're actually getting a sense that there may be a miniature marker within it. Like a recreation marker, similar to the one that you made for your weapon. But appears to be, instead of being channeling a massive amount of energy from the crystal to actually create an explosional forward blast, it's actually causing almost like a purification thing where it's actually filtering out toxins and mud from water and actually turning it into pure water.
All right then, I'll just have a little chuckle over my discovery.
Yep. You also
Like,
notice
you
an
know, I knew
abnormal
it.
substance in the water. Like almost like a green crystalline substance that's floating within the water. Looks almost like glitter. You want to analyze it?
Sure. Is that a what's that?
It'll be an well. You'll get a
Would that
plus
be
from.
tech
You'll get a
again,
plus.
or
Yeah, it'll be another tech, but you'll get a +3 from it.
okay? So plus
7,
8,
8. Sorry, 8. Yeah. Yeah.
17.
This stuff seems to be a. This substance seems to be a very high nutrient crystal almost, but it's silicon based. You think that maybe this could be the reason why there's so much life within this water, because it appears to be that the fish, the
Okay.
animals, it seems to be causing algae and microorganisms to explode in population. Basically, it's hyper fertilizer.
Okay.
And you assume that basically what this is causing algae and microorganisms to explode, which is feeding the smaller fish, which is feeding the bigger fish, which is causing them to grow extremely fast because they're so pumped full of energy. And it appears to be what's happening is this device is sucking in the mud and dust that's coming in from the sandstorms and then converting that into organic material for living creatures to survive on. So it's literally converting dirt into pure fertilizer. This is
Okay.
hyper advanced tech that not even the current humans have. Like this is literally like taking a desalination plant basically right back to freaking the Dark Ages in comparison to your technology.
Oh, okay.
And
In that case, then I guess we'll
you even
head
notice that
on.
even at night you could see that the fish were actually almost doubling in size over the course of a few hours.
Well, I guess we'll have to continue on then.
Alrighty, no problem. I'll just check to see if Sid's back. Nope, Sid's still muted. Alrighty, you're on your way to the pyramid. You are guided by the bottom left of the map. You're guided by the monk, and he says, and if
Okay,
you
let's
want, you
take a
can
look.
make chit chat with him along the way, if you'd like.
Okay, I am massive here. Alright, let's bring you on. Yes, I am now. I've quadrupled in size since
Yep.
the last.
People have accused me of being a massive.
And they would be correct.
Okay,
I'm guessing I just have like some little emergency ration bars that I'm eating.
yeah, there's also, like, your suit actually will provide you with, stuff. They offer you food.
Uh, for now, I'll politely decline.
Fair enough. Alright, let me see if I can get Sid
I
and
don't
the others on.
know enough about it yet.
Well, you can analyze it if you like.
Right. Oh, well, I'll do that then, I guess. Is that a tech roll as well?
Yep, that'll be a tech roll.
+5 and 7.
You don't see anything untowards in the food. It just seems like very similar to earth fish, except they just appear to be of a different shape.
I'll let Sid try later.
Okay, let me get the monks on. Let's see. There's one spear girl accompanies you. Two monk guards.
Will Sid and Fistfra be barred from entry if they're not being taken to see these guys?
No. Basically, you all kind of have to come because normally they would have just taken Barry. Actually, Barry would have been judged there and then. But once they discovered the marker connection, yeah, they all they want you there, basically.
All right.
Like, if you're connected to
I
the
feel like
marker,
this is going to.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to go either very poorly or very well, depending on how this goes down.
I'm just gonna reveal the pyramid. Hey, it was taking Sid so bloody long. She's been gone for almost an hour.
I'd like to look at the priest as we're on our way there and just ask. So, this isn't exactly new tech to you, is it? In terms of the markers.
He's like, the markers, in fact, we do not really have them. We only have the lock for the markers. We don't have the key, which is the marker.
What do you mean by lock exactly?
Well, there's two types of markers. There's the lock, which was sent to planets, and the keys, which were sent to the void of space.
I'm guessing that these locks are black, yes?
He's like, huh, yes. How did you know?
Well, this one, or the one you are currently holding, was, I will admit, found in space. However, um, I was a little bit interested, so I did a bit of digging, and yes, it would seem that there are two types that people I've come into contact with have found, being the black and the red. They are usually more interested in the black.
Well, the blacks are the lock, which contain. Well, we don't fully know. All we know is it will give us the awakening that we have long prayed for.
Some kind of information as to the technology within.
We don't really know. All we know is that the locks call out for the keys.
And the keys call out to unlock knowledge within others.
The keys guide you to the lock and grant you the knowledge to find the lock.
That's if that is true, then there are some worrying implications of what has been shown, but yes.
He says, we heard rumors that once long ago one of the locks was opened, but without a key, and it caused many problems.
By many problems, you wouldn't happen to be referencing some form of tentacled monster, would you?
No. We believe it. Well, it's conjecture, but we believe the people were corrupted and punished for their misdeeds. For forcibly opening a lock. That is
Well,
heresy.
so what exactly is this bonding, then, with a lock, as it were, as you so eloquently put it?
Bonding? Did I mention bonding?
Or touch. Sorry. You said either bonding or touching, one of those two.
I don't think I said that.
I'm a little tired, so I might be wrong. If it's if it's bonding, then that's touching, probably. But uh, yeah.
He says the holy marker is a key. It will open up the lock and it will awaken us. That is what the holy text and holy lock has told us. What is inside, we do not know.
Well,
But the lock has told us our ascension is what is inside. Theologians have theorized for generations on what it means. But what can I say? We've been given great knowledge by the lock itself. And you notice that he taps his legs, his robot legs.
I'm going to non-threateningly gesture to the rifle and go likewise, or my rifle and go likewise.
Actually, he's gonna see if we can observe. Uh, yeah, he's not exactly sure what you mean. He's like, "What do you mean?" And he looks at your weapon. Ah, can you hear that? Oh wait, no, that's just my ear ringing. We're all good.
Now, Labbits, so I believe I'm under the impression that I can hold and carry the weapon when I'm out of my mech, but not fire it. Yeah.
You can fire it outside of your mech, but basically, it's kind of like you lifting um, a supersized
It's
mini
not a
gun.
good idea.
Like you can fire it. It won't throw you back, but you'd basically have a -6 to hit because it's just so goddamn heavy. Think that big ass freaking gun from Halo.
Okay, then. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I suspect that these guys will take it as a threat if I'm in my mech.
Yeah, nah, they're making sure that you keep your weapons holstered. If you hop out
Oh,
your mech,
then I'm just.
if you hop out your mech, that's fine. It's just that they make sure that your weapons are basically holstered on your mech, where it kind of like connects to it like a holster. Kind of like think RoboCop's gun.
If I were to get. Okay, so if I were to get out of the mech and sort of carry the weapon like a, like, like a beam of. Would that work? Would that
Sorry, you
make
roboted
them
there.
annoyed?
Carry the weapon like a what?
Sorry, like a big plank of wood, right? If I were to do that outside of the mech, would they view that as threatening?
Um, Roll us a communications.
9.
Let's just see if they can discern your intent. No, they'd probably see as you picking up the weapon. You'd be able to tell that perceive that as as a threat.
Okay. Is that respond to his question with um, I'm fairly certain that if I were to show you, it would be perceived as aggression. So, for the time being, I'll just.
Well, you can gesture to the weapon and allow him to take hold it.
I don't really want to do that, to be honest.
Actually, I'm gonna roll. Roll me a 2d20s. This will be for the monk.
16 and a 14.
Okay. You notice that along the way while you guys are talking, because this has been a long walk. You guys have been walking for about 6 hours now, and you notice that quite often he has been staring at your weapon. And in the same way, roll me another d20 for yourself.
15.
He's looking at it in the same way that you keep looking at where he's got the marker. So you both have kind of been eyeing off each other's marker in a sense. Like the marker keeps calling to you, and you feel like he's being called to the marker as your marker inside your weapon.
Okay, so in that case, I suppose I'll ask him if most technology here uses miniature versions of markers.
He's not exactly sure. He's like, well, I don't know how our technology works. That is for the Grand Priests. They know how it works. I am merely an acolyte compared to them. After all, I am a
In that
simple.
case,
I am just a high monk to these junior monks.
I see.
That's why anything
I
concerning a marker or a key um, must be referred to my superiors.
I see.
He's very
Well,
forthright with a lot of the information. Actually, roll me a communications.
all right. 1d20 plus 1, 6. My rolls are somewhat good and somewhat bad, so
You notice that he's being abnormally forthright with you, and you kind of like that. You're like, oh, someone who's actually talking up front with me all the time. This is
finally.
abnormal, especially considering they seem to have a similar religion to um, the the people of the markers. The ones that keep talking about convergence and all of that.
Okay. So, in that case, I'll just, what was the last thing he said?
Um,
I'll whatever. It's fine. I'll just follow it up with well, that is fair. There's quite a lot you have to, or I had to anyway, do to learn what I gleaned from it. There was quite a lot of blood, actually.
It's like I remember I was once when I fell asleep near the Great Lock. Um, I had a dream, and I can't remember about it, but I do remember it allowed me to use my gifts much more efficiently, but I can't remember how I learnt it.
Well, that sounds somewhat similar to what's been going on with this one then.
Roll me.
Though
Oh, go on.
though I've been a bit more upfront with attempts to interface with it successfully, surprisingly.
Roll me an insight. D20, just a flat D20.
9.
Yeah. Every time you try and explain your um attempts to interface and whatnot, your mind instantly goes blank. Like,
Okay.
like
Well,
every time you try to share a bit of that knowledge that you gained from the key or the marker, um, your mind just goes blank the moment you try to articulate it. Like in your mind, you're like, yes, it's this, that, this, and that. But when you try to say the words, you start to
I
stammer
wasn't actually
and you can't really
being specific
explain.
about it.
But that's what I mean. Like every
Like I was
time you
just
try and
saying,
get specific about the way something works with it, your mind
oh no, I
instantly
wasn't
goes
even going to
blank.
do that. I was just going to just say, yeah, the attempts that I've had interfacing with it were surprisingly effective.
That's what I mean. Like you're trying to say that, but you can't articulate that.
Does he at least get that I've been attempting to interface with it, or
Um, let's just see. Roll us a communications.
1d20 plus 1, 3.
Yeah, nah.
Fucking,
Basically, every time you
my
try to
rolls are
talk about
incredible.
it, you just start stammering. You basically become Joe Biden.
Okay, then I'll just,
It's like, yeah, well, all information on me needs to be sealed until after I finish being president.
alright, well, in that case, I'll just, you know, if he has a question, I'll just, sort of try and deflect it in a polite way, then, I guess.
Actually, he does ask you a question. He's like, so, how long have you had the key?
Uh, it's almost been a month now, hasn't it?
Um, let's see. No, it's been about 3 weeks, I think. 3, 4 weeks. So yeah, about a month.
Yeah. I'll just say about 2 days unactivated, but a month since I activated it.
You activated it? How on earth did you do that?
Uh,
Because actually, yeah,
if I'm going to be
you've had it for about 3 or 4 weeks since you've activated it. That's when I mean you actually realised that it was a marker. Before that, it was just a meteorite, and you had that for
yeah,
about
yeah.
5, 6 days or something. I think it was about a week.
Okay, well then, yeah. Um, if I'm going to be completely honest, I was mostly interested in the composition of it, and when I did a scan of it, it turned on, and that one, and I gestured to Sid, tried to remove, but it needed a much.
Sorry, you cut out for about 8, 10 seconds there. You pointed to Sid and
Oh Jesus fucking! All right. Yes, I just said that one was a bit jumpy about it, and her methods of getting it out were very forceful. I pulled it out with a much more gentle hand.
well, that one doesn't seem to be even acknowledge that this marker even exists.
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing. I woke up, like I was holding it, and then I didn't even realize I just woke up, and it was odd. Immediately after, I just acted like it didn't exist. Even the smaller one I made, she didn't seem to think was very special.
Well, he starts looking at Sid, and then he looks at you. Roll me a communications.
Oh boy, here we go. 5. Lady Luck is smiling tonight.
He looks at you, and he kind of conspiracially whispers to you, and he says, "The markers or the keys tend to hide themselves from those who wish to do them harm. Be careful of that one." And in the back of your mind, you sense a great distrust towards Sid instantly the moment you start to think about that.
All right,
And now roll me another d20.
Oh boy. 11.
Okay, and let me just give it a. Okay, you kind of feel almost as if the marker around his neck is calling to you.
How do I communicate this effectively? Do you hear that?
Roll me a communications.
All right, 1d20 plus 1, 8. I'm doing really good on these communication rolls, I tell you what.
He puts his hand over the marker on his chest and he's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I hear nothing."
You're sure? because I'm hearing quite a lot.
The only ones that are talking are you and me. Roll a targeting.
+1 as well. 19.
Okay,
Okay.
you're hearing whispers in the back of your head coming from the marker, and you notice that the two well, all your guards, the monks, the spearwoman thing, they all seem to be staring at you, your weapon, and the marker around his neck.
Can I sort of tell what the whispers are saying, or do I need to move to shuffle a little bit closer?
Roll me a. No, this is in your mind. The marker doesn't
Okay.
really call out to you in in a voice. It's kind of like a whisper in the back of your head.
All right.
Like
What's the roll?
D20, just a flat D20.
9.
No,
Incredible.
you can't make out what the marker is saying, but you're getting an uneasy feeling, almost a paranoia. Like, are they going to try and take the marker from me? Is it trying to warn me about them, or is it trying to warn me about Sid?
Can I get a more? Can I try to figure it out more, or?
Well, that's what that kind of roll was for.
Oh boy.
Um, but I tell you what, roll me a paranoia check.
Oh boy. Here we go.
This is where you want to roll low.
Any modifiers?
No modifiers.
17.
Okay,
Wonderful.
you're starting as the day is edging on, and you're starting to see the pyramid off in the distance. You're starting to get very paranoid. Not just towards Sid, but towards everybody. You're thinking, they're going to take my marker away from me. They're going to take everything I own, everything I love. This
Oh
marker is
boy.
my life, and they want to take it away from me.
I'm just going to politely ask if I can hold the marker. Just,
Roll me a communications.
Oh boy. All right. 20 plus 1. 6.
He
My rolls tonight are amazing.
Yep. He grasps the marker around his neck even tighter. Even though it's underneath his clothes, you can tell that he's really holding on to it. Almost as if he's trying to form an extra hand to grab onto it. He's like, no, the marker stays with me.
Well, then I'll just be upfront with them and ask, so you're feeling it too, then?
He's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're starting to act a bit crazy, sir.
Sir?
Don't forget, you've got a robotic voice.
Yeah, but robotic female. So,
Yeah, still coming from a mech. He hasn't seen what you look
alright,
like beneath the steel.
well, we'll have to. Once we get to the pyramid, I might have to.
Yeah, I'm just gonna text it again.
Oh boy.
I can't get this freaking oil, not oil smell, but um, this um, fucking engine smell off my hands. It's driving me nuts. You know when you touch something that has a weird smell and then you just can't get rid of it?
Yes. Has Sid finally shown up?
Waiting on a response. Apparently her parents are talking to her. Hope she hasn't fallen asleep.
So there's a message someone put that's the prequel fights make the sequel fights look like sissies just swinging sticks, and then someone replied with because they are.
It's like at least that friggin' they make it seem like a weapon that has no weight in the blade actually has no weight in the blade.
Well, there would be some weight, but it would be pretty much negligible because of the how it works, right? Like if it's plasma or whatever, then it would still, be able to. It would still have weight. It just wouldn't be. How would you say? It wouldn't be. You know, not enough to be noticeable, really.
Yeah, it's a negligible amount of weight in the blades.
Yeah.
Similar to because I think it's like 80% of the weight or 90% of the weight is all in the um, lightsaber's hilt, not hilt, handle, hilt. Yeah, hilt. God, those freaking the newer movies, the lightsaber thing's just shit. It's like let's telegraph our attack, stand with our legs spread wide apart, and just kind of swing side to side. No balance, no freaking choreography. The dude who did the fight choreography on those movies should be fucking ashamed.
Yep.
Like just in sheer footwork in those fight scenes, it is just embarrassing. If they would have taken like friggin' one lesson of karate, they'd know more about friggin' footwork, or just held a fucking sword.
Okay. So
Sorry, just messaging tech. Sid. Apparently, she just got her back cracked.
oof.
I used to get it done every week, basically, but I found that by the end of the next week, I'd be in shitloads of pain again. This was before I broke my back, obviously, and I found that if I toughed it out for a couple of weeks, my back actually felt better than when I was getting it cracked.
Okay. So do we get to the temple or?
You're currently at the base of the pyramid now.
Wonderful. So
And he says once we reach the top of this, this will guide our way to the shifting temple.
all right.
So you can begin climbing it.
Oh, hold on. Give me a second. That's better. Just like that.
Wait a second, just gonna light a candle. Okay, you start climbing the pyramid, and in the back of your head, you hear a song. It's like, cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort.
What the fuck? Okay.
You're not getting that reference, are you?
No, no, I get the reference. I'm
Sid,
just
Sid would have got the reference.
no, no. I do get the reference. I know the song. Not the I don't remember the name, but I know it is one of those edgy songs. It's just that I'm more interested in making sure that Barry's okay at the moment.
Barry's fine, but the guards are. Um, the two monks seem to be closer to you now. Barry's back here, and he's got this guard and this guard right behind him. He doesn't have
Is
any.
this monk following me?
Oh yeah, he's right next to you. He's side by side with you, and the two monks are right there.
Okay. Would you like to go first, or should I?
He's walking up beside you.
All right then. Just all the way up to the top
Come on, move you bastards.
here.
Get on
Oh
the
no,
bloody thing. There we go.
there we go. That's better. I should have put this over here, actually.
You still didn't get the reference though. Have you ever watched the movie The One?
The-
The One. It's a Jet Li movie.
No.
Actually, I'm going to look for that scene.
But yes, that is Last Resort. I do know the song. Uh, I just don't really feel like you know. It's like if you were to be like, bring me to life in the background, you know? Like, I know the song, don't really want to acknowledge it.
It is a great song. I love that song.
Yeah, it's just that it kind of like hurts inside to acknowledge that it exists.
Why?
Uh, there have been a lot of needlessly edgy kids I've met who listen almost exclusively to that. So
I
I
can't.
I don't
I'm trying
have
to
much
remember
about it.
who sung that. They sung the song
I can
Bodies
check.
as well.
Last Resort. Papa Roach.
Papa Roach, yeah. That and no, that was Drowning Pool that sung Bodies, didn't it? Wasn't it?
Yes.
We used to listen to that song, those songs all the time back when just after I left high school.
Okay.
Um, yeah, my mates and I, we used to always watch like cool ass fucking movies and metal. We were metalheads. But if you get a chance, check out that the scene I just posted. It's basically the end scene of The One.
Okay. I'll probably do that after this.
Fun
So
fact. Fun
should I
fact.
peek out of my Mac?
That was the first movie I ever brought on DVD,
Okay.
and that was like when
So
DVDs were
should
still
I
pretty new to me. Go on.
should I should I open up my Mac and just look, like, poke my head out of it and just go, so what now?
Well, he comes up and he places his hand in the center of the pyramid, and a beam of light shines up in the sky. Roll me a detect. Sorry, targeting. Sorry.
Roll 20 plus 1. 6 again.
Okay, and I'll roll one. Well,
My luck is incredible.
sorry.
No worries.
I've just been in this stage where, like when you feel like you need a vomit and like an acid reflux
Yes.
kind of thing. I've had that for like 2 fucking weeks ever since my bloody sugar went out of whack. Because it's hard when your sugar goes really high. It's hard to keep down food. and I've just had that for weeks now. It's been driving me nuts. Fucking hell, where are you, Sid? She's missing out on a lot of lore. Either way, roll me another detect +5. Targeting +5.
Okay, that 12.
Okay, as you get... First of all, you can't see because you're blinded by the light. It shines up and it engulfs the entire pyramid for a second. Actually, roll me another D20. This tech roll, sorry.
Oh, well, that's 17 then.
Okay, 17. You realize that you're getting a similar sense of energy that comes from the marker, but almost like an opposite energy source. And it makes you feel very comforted and uneasy at the exact same time.
Mm.
Can I, if I get out of my mech, can I get over, try and get closer to this thing?
Sure. You can hop out of your mech and try and do that.
Alright.
Let me just... Is that the right one? Yep. There we go. And let me just shrink it
Just,
down. There you go.
just, yeah.
Okay.
I'm back, by the way.
Hey, welcome back.
You missed some pointless talking, and then also a big stuff.
Hey, so I missed nothing. Got it.
No, you missed
Yeah.
a lot.
Oh.
You missed some pointless talking, but also a lot of information. Barry would have been taken away without us, but we are now with him.
Okay.
You're welcome.
You're going to see the high priests who are going to judge Barry, but initially they were just going to judge Barry right then and there. But then when he analysed Barry, because this guy is part robot, but you can't really tell
Speaking
that
of,
over the
you're
fact that
also
he's got-
roboting a little bit.
Me? Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Am I coming through a bit better now?
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Sorry,
he's got
couldn't
robot
properly hear.
eyes and robot legs, and he's got robot wires that come out of his hand. And he analysed Barry, copied all the information in Barry's mech. This guy then realised that you guys have a marker. Well, that you guys are searching for the marker that this priest actually has. So he's been talking with Kamiko about the marker, and Kamiko's been getting more and more paranoid, particularly about you.
Why me?
Well, the priest says that the marker hides itself from those that wish to do it harm.
I don't even remember this thing.
Yes, and that's
Yeah.
what made Kamiko paranoid. The fact that you don't even acknowledge it means that the marker's hiding itself from you. And these guys have been chatting along about how the marker's a key and how the priests have the lock. And how opening
Yeah,
up the lock will
It's
give them ascension.
spooky. But anyway, I am out of my mech, so just gonna take a look at
I'm just going to move you guys back
Part
to
up
this
here,
map so then Sid gets a look of the town and whatnot.
Okay.
In the center of the town, there was a device that the priest was up here. He was praying on that, and these girls were dancing, and they became quite exhausted. And this device appears to be sucking in dirt and whatnot, and then pumping out crystal clear water with green crystal silicon crystals inside of it. They appear to be extremely high nutrient, almost paste, which is causing the water to become quite green. But it's also somehow enabling it that there's so much fish and algae growing at such an alarming rate that these people can literally fish it that would normally like get rid of the entire supply of fish within a week or two, constantly, and there's no depletion in the population of fish. Now,
Okay.
at night, the days are long. They're about 40 hours long. The nights are quite short because the sun actually reflects off the moon and actually causes it almost be like daytime at night. And at night, the moment the sun sets, sandstorms kick in, and if you're not in shelter, the sand can literally tear through flesh.
Okay.
Now, you guys have been walking under guard, um, but the only ones that are really being guarded now are Kamiko and Barry. And you guys are climbing a
Fair
pyramid in order to find the shifting temple. Now, they've just activated the pyramid to guide the way to the temple. And Kamiko's just hopped outside his mech to inspect the device that's actually causing the light.
Yes.
Okay.
And as
I'm
I
going to
said,
switch to my normal
as I
woman
said,
voice. And I'm
as
just going
you're
to go.
walking up the pyramid, you start hearing a song in the back of your head going, "Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort."
God damn it! This is not.
Why?
It's the movie The One reference.
Okay.
It's a song that needlessly edgy kids kept listening to at my school.
It is a great
Anyway.
song. Fuck you.
Same.
Anyway, I've hopped out of my mech. I have switched to woman voice. I've just gone. All right, let's
Okay.
take a look. See.
Roll us a d20 plus tech.
And okay, 17. How does this man react to all of that?
Well, let's just see. He's kind of like, "What the fuck? You're not a robot?"
Yeah.
But he doesn't
She acts like one.
Yeah, he doesn't appear to be overly alarmed, but robot voice, big giant robot. He was kind of surprised that wasn't you. He thought you were just like heavily augmented, like his legs, because he has visibly robot legs.
Oh well, I mean, I can just sort of do the arm, just do the arms splitting thing, and go. Well, I mean, some of it was, but not all.
No, he actually just thought that you were the suit. Not that you were actually someone within a suit, a robot, a cyborg within a robot.
Recursion. It's a very common occurrence.
Recursion.
Yes, the same thing within the same thing.
Okay, so basically you're a Russian nesting doll.
I don't think he used that exact phrase, but yes.
Okay, so your tech roll was 17. Yeah, this
Yes.
appears to be of a similar make. Like, you don't see any moving parts, just like your marker weapon. But somehow you feel,
Okay.
you hear the wind of technology, but there's nothing moving.
Is the marker on this big pedestal here?
No, there's no marker on the pedestal. But you, like I said, you feel like a sense of like the opposite kind of energy of a marker. Kind of like two magnets. Like, say the magnet is positive, this thing is a negative.
Okay, well, I'll refrain from getting the glass dirty, and I'll just hop back into the mech.
All right, Sid, roll us a targeting. You right there, sleepyhead?
Yeah, I'm okay. I rolled.
22. Okay. All of a sudden, the desert lights up. And first thing you see is a giant skull.
Oh, lovely.
Would you like to point that out to me, or?
You can see.
Oh, okay. I just look at it and I'm like, uh, what I wouldn't give to have one of those.
And
Calm down, girl.
more
Calm down.
light starts fizzing out, and a beam of light hits straight into an oasis. An oasis
Oh.
within a giant rib cage.
Oh, lovely.
Okay. Well, I get back in the mech, switch to robot voice again. Let's go.
Yep. And he points towards the oasis, and he's like, the temple must have moved within the oasis. He's like,
Okay.
shall we proceed?
I don't see any point in waiting around.
I'll follow, I guess.
Alrighty.
You're, I mean, there are armed guards, Sidron.
Yes.
Well, they got big
You're
giant
kind of-
clubs.
Yes.
Now, these people, Sid, they're pretty much the size of your mechs. These people are very large.
Oh, okay.
Analyzing it, the gravity is about half of what that's on Earth, and the oxygen level on the planet is actually almost twice that of Earth.
Actually, does he?
Okay, so that explains why the big people.
Yep, higher levels of
Yep.
oxygen. Apparently, they've also Kamiko got this information that occasionally animals mutate on this planet and become abnormally large and aggressive. Like chooks that are basically the size of Great Danes turn into massive, fast-running birds that have petrification breath.
You care to explain why Virgil's son is here?
Virgil's son?
Or not Virgil, but damn. The warden I killed, and I killed his son.
Yeah, what was his name? Frugal. Yeah, that's
Frugal.
that's just the monks. They are junior monks to this guy who's actually technically he's just one step above an acolyte.
Ah, okay.
How do they react to me being a small creature compared to them?
As with always, they've remained completely silent.
Huh.
The monks have not said a single word this entire time. The archer woman still occasionally pries you with a few questions. She still seems to be a bit like a giddy schoolgirl. But the spear woman just appears to be... she seems to be quite stoic, but she's also... she's watching everybody's moves. Like, she seems to be studying your footwork more than anything else.
Makes sense.
So the archer woman, how does she? Okay, so the spear woman, was she surprised?
The spear woman, let's just see her reaction. Yeah, she was reasonably surprised that you were basically a Russian nesting doll. They all thought that you guys were actually cyborgs or just robots. They didn't realize that you're actually many humans inside.
I didn't leave my ship, so.
Okay, how about the archer woman?
The archwoman's actually like, whoa, I didn't know you were a midget. We haven't seen any pygmies for a long time. We thought they all died out.
Tekla
That includes you, Sid.
Sid's been in a mech the entire time.
I'm like 6 foot, which I don't know how tall Sid is.
Dude,
actually.
these are almost 3 meters tall.
I know, Lavitz, but I'm saying like in terms of compared to Sid, I'm actually taller if I remember correctly.
No, I think
Possibly.
Sid was You were 5'8", weren't you? So you're not that. You're only like 4 inches shorter.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I'll take what I can get.
But in the women, when in a woman's eye, the difference between 6 foot and 6'11" is like 12 feet.
Yeah.
And
Well,
5'11", sorry. Isn't that true, Sid?
What?
All women see a guy that's under 6 foot as a pygmy.
Yeah.
well, let's keep going. There is no time to waste.
Okay. Would you like to walk past the skull, or would you just like to move straight to the oasis and the?
As much as I like it,
Actually,
I
you're gonna have
want
to
to.
roll. You're actually gonna have to roll a wisdom, basically, to see if you don't cream your pants over a giant skull.
No, loud. Okay, what's the roll?
Flat D20.
Okay, 14.
Okay, you manage to hold in your excitement, but the inside of your mech does get a little bit misty.
I gaze longingly at it for a second before deciding that it's more important to head to the other temple.
Yep. He's like, an ancient beast. Okay, so you guys are going to go straight to the temple. Let me just
Yes.
double check to make
Yes.
sure that is. Yep, that's all good. Well,
Well, like, there's.
would
I
you
mean,
like to do something?
we
Sid?
have to. Very. So,
Huh?
Would you like to do something? Because you haven't really been able to do much this session, so if you want to
There's
have done
not really
anything,
much.
if you wanted to do something during town, people were quite interested in you
What? Why?
because you're
because
outsiders,
you're abnormal.
you're new people.
Okay.
But that's up to you. It's more or less if you just wanted to gather lore and knowledge of the area and the world.
I'm
Yeah,
good.
like you can try discussing with the spear woman. I got a bunch of lore from the archer one, so.
Okay, top of the map.
Okay. That does not. That is very blurry.
Give it a second. It's a big map.
Take you. Okay.
Down here on the ground, buddy.
Yeah, sorry. It hasn't loaded for me yet, so
Yeah,
it all still looks.
give it a second.
There we go.
It's probably going to take a long time for me.
Why is Tekla flying?
I don't know. When it comes to Tekla, I have no idea.
I have destroyed the rules of gravity itself.
Can I shoot her down? No. Bad. No defying gravity.
That's my thing.
It's like, this is not the last Jedi. Physics exists here, god damn it.
Oh, there it goes. Sorry, it just loaded in finally.
Yep, you see
Okay, yeah.
a very large... It looks like stone, but it's not stone. Roll me, if you guys want, roll me a tech or a detect, targeting.
23.
Let me see if I can get Sid back to real size.
16.
Actually, let me get everybody back to 16. Alright, this appears to be... You're not exactly sure. It could actually be a spaceship. But you're not sure. But you do know that it is some kind of flying building. But it appears to be rooted
Okay.
into the ground at the moment.
Alright, well, I guess our guide will take us in then.
You sense almost that this thing actually has buried itself in the ground.
Alright, well, shall we go in?
I guess.
All right. Well, I'll
Okay. And let me
go up.
get the.
I have a sun-dried brain. I'm sorry.
Nah, that's all right. I understand. It's been a long day for you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and 2 monks. That monk and spear girl. Okay, as you arrive, these two larger women. Actually, I better put them to proper size. They're quite large,
They're
but
not.
even by the
Yeah.
women's standard, like by these people's standard, these women are abnormally large and buff. They dwarf the normal spear girl. Um, think Amazon versus just a standard woman. Like
Oh,
these are
okay.
basically what you'd gather as elite spear women. And this woman appears,
Oh,
this
okay.
spear girl seems to be abnormally intimidated by them.
I am not.
Think kind of like an acolyte nun meeting like a mother superior. That is the feeling that you're getting from them. And she just kind of stops at the. Once I get it right, she stops at the walkway up, and she instantly just stops, and so does the archer woman, and they just kind of drop to one knee, and they just stay there. They don't move.
All right. Well, I'm following Priestman. He's, you know.
The priest says,
Mm-hmm.
"I'm here to have judgment rendered upon this individual here, and this one here appears to be connected to the key, which I now hold." They give one of them just suddenly gets even more stands at attention, and the other one runs into the building and disappears.
Okay.
After a few minutes, she comes back, gives a silent salute. She has not said a word. Neither has this one, and she just gives like a nod and beckons
Weird.
you in. In fact, you've noticed that all of these ones have actually, other than the priest and these two, have not said a single word this entire time. Now, if you go to the bottom left of the
Okay.
map, let me just reveal it. This is what it looks like from your view.
Well, Sid, I'm not gonna lie. I'm very good. I'm very glad that my plan, which admittedly has not been fully to plan, but I'm glad that it didn't involve genocide because I don't think we would have won against these guys.
Well, they are just regular, quote unquote, people. So
Yeah, but I
you'll
mean
give them an
specifically these guys.
abnormally high advantage.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes to like these guys, we probably would have had to fight them eventually. And yeah,
Okay. Two archers suddenly appear out of nowhere. These women appear to be wearing better equipment than the ones that escorted you here. They have stayed at the entrance, and they have not stepped foot onto the black stone at all that this thing appears to be made of. Almost as if they were afraid to.
Okay.
Roll us a
Okay
targeting.
then. Me?
Both of you. Come on, stop pain. There we go.
All right. This will take a while.
God,
Oh, there we
roll
go. I get
20
a
is
7.
going so slow for me. I go to pick up something and it just doesn't pick
Yeah,
up
it
after
just
about 3 seconds.
took forever.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's doing the same for me here. Oh, I want to move him, please. Thank you.
So,
There you
Sid, you rolled a 15. Tekla rolled a 7. Now, these guys are right behind Tekla. In fact, no one seems to be actually guarding Barry anymore. They seem to be more behind you and focusing on you, Tekla, as opposed to anybody else. Now, Sid, where are you on this little arrangement?
I'm just staying back. Like, watch, unwatch, pretty much.
Okay.
I still don't trust these people.
By the way, you've had to have your weapons holstered this entire time. So you've had to have your arms free and be showing your arms the entire time. But you haven't been bound or anything like that. They've actually been very courteous towards you, especially concerning personal space and whatnot. Like at no time have
Social
they,
distancing.
yeah, at no point have they been jabbing you in the back with their staves or anything like that. The priest himself has actually, even though sometimes his words and mannerisms have been kind of creepy, he's always been smiling and friendly towards you.
Okay.
Especially me, for some
And
reason.
abnormally forthright. Like when you ask questions, he's been more than happy to answer them completely and utterly upfront. Okay. You guys can see about that far in.
Why does that hurt? The hell?
What happened? Hit you in the shin knee again?
No, like, just moving my arm.
Yeah, that's going to get worse until you have like a day to fully recoup.
Oh, I know.
On the bright side,
Yeah.
weekend's coming up.
Oh, yeah, also,
Yeah, I get the weekend. We don't work the weekend, but at least Monday, apparently, we're just weeding, so that's also good.
Yeah, but that means it's going to be your thighs are going to be
oh,
killing
Sid,
you.
I got a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
What's that thing?
what's that? What's that thing, Kamiko?
What?
You said you've got a thing.
Oh, no, it's landscaping with Sid.
Yeah, you're both going to
Huh?
be in landscaping.
Oh, okay.
There
Yeah.
won't be an untrimmed bush as far as the
Yeah,
eye can
that's
see.
right.
That's
I've just got a bunch of
terrible it.
fluctuations in ping right now.
Yeah, so I'm getting a lot of
Anyway,
ping with
let's move on.
Roll20 as well. It's been really unresponsive.
Yeah.
Okay, the monk starts heading in.
So, do we just keep
And
following him
as
for
the monk
obvious reasons?
As the monk walks in, his hands are crossed together, but they appear to be pressed up against the marker itself through his tunic. And he starts doing like a humble pray almost.
Okay.
Are you moving up, Sid?
Yeah, I guess I will.
Why do I feel like this will involve one of us dying?
Most likely you.
Like I said, everything has many, many options.
I know. Let's just keep going. Let's keep going in. I'm sure we'll get some explanation.
He starts walking down a flight of stairs. Oop, no. As he gets to the bottom of the stairs, he says, I have Great news. And bad news.
Okay.
He points to Barry.
Is he saying this to us?
No, he appears to be addressing the room. He says, "This person on my left is responsible for the death of 2 holy creatures." And then he points to you, Kamiko, and says, "But this person is responsible for bringing the key to our planet."
That's actually technically true, not just from that I found it and we crashed, but also because I'm the one who caused the crash. So, yeah, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to be quiet until I can actually see the rest of the room.
Okay, once Roll20 stops being a prick.
Excuse me.
Right,
Bless
the
you.
drunkie?
No, just a club soda.
I don't believe you. You're drinking one of them vodka beers, aren't you?
No, because those are just an atrocity.
Oh no, I used to drink the Smirnoff Black Ice all the time.
Eh, I've had like one or two in my lifetime. They're okay, I guess.
I used to get a can of that for free every work, and I used to stock them up. And then I'd visit me mate every like 3 to 6 months with just like a complete esky packed full of them, and it was just like a weekend of just drinking non-stop, gaming and metal
Sheesh.
and anime.
Someone go rowdy?
We never got too rowdy. It was just like me and me best mate. Well, one of me best mates. And just lots and lots of fun times. Okay, the room suddenly lights up as fires suddenly start burning brighter. And you see a number
Well, this
of
isn't the
monks.
weirdest thing I've seen.
And you see a man there. He appears to be... Actually, pardon me. Ugh. Roll me targeting or tech, whichever you choose.
Alright, 24.
Okay.
22.
Okay, Sid. You notice a number of people, and you notice this guy in the center here. He seems to be heavily modified. Stop moving around, you bastard. Oh, come on, Roll20. He seems to have almost like a halo around him. And what I'll do is I'll increase his size once Roll20 stops pricking. And that's what he looks like.
Okay.
Ooh, boy.
He looks like Brick with a mask.
Pretty much. He's built like a brick shit house. He's got like a holy halo around him. He has this golden glow. Iridescent. He's almost hard to look at. Especially for you, Sid. When you look at him, your eyes burn.
Ow.
Kamiko,
Ooh, boy.
you get a warm sense in your heart, almost like this is like meeting your long lost father. Actually, roll me a d20 to try and... Actually, just roll me a d20 first of all. Both of you, actually.
Okay. 13.
Okay. And sit. Roll us a d20. Okay. Sid. Well, first of all, Kamiko, you resist the urge to drop down your knees. Drop to your knees and almost thank God that you're in his presence. Sid, on the other hand, you pretty much fall to the ground and plant your head straight to the ground.
In pain?
No, almost as in like majesty almost.
But you said it blinded me to look at him.
Yeah, like this is like a Catholic almost meeting the Pope for the first time, and the Pope literally going, "I love you," to this like just shock rocking up at someone's door. You know, you fall to your knees almost from like the sheer presence of this person.
Okay.
Oh, well, will priest man bring us forward, or
He moves to the center here, and he drops to his knees and just kind of goes into like a pray, but also brings out the marker and presents it on high, almost as if like presenting a sacred sword.
uh, I'm going to. I guess Barry will too. Barry will go to his knees as well.
Well, we're gonna roll to see
For
if Barry does
yeah.
automatically drop to his knees. Barry does. Fistfur, on the other hand, just stands the ground and just stands there, almost unmoving.
Hmm.
Well, I will sort of my head. I will, you know what I mean, right? Sort of bow your head, but you keep your eyes on
Yep.
the guy.
He's like, then this is a bittersweet day. As he walks up, and you feel like almost like gravity is kicking in, like there's more gravity around him. You found
Huh.
you find it difficult to move or even think straightly. But Sid, you do raise to your feet, and he says, rise. And he brings out his hands and raises his hands, and almost like gravity becomes less severe the moment he raises his hands.
I just, tilt my head back up a bit and just go, yeah, okay.
Oh no, this is quite difficult for you. You only rolled a 13.
Okay, well, I will continue to just, slightly raise my head up a bit by bit.
It's like, well, let's see. He walks up to the priest and places his hand upon the priest's head. And roll me a targeting for both of you to see what's going on.
And
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
cool.
Kamiko, you don't really see this, but Sid, you notice that this guy sends wires out of the palm of his hand through the contact, and it goes directly into the priest's head.
okay,
The priest is actually showing tears,
Well,
both
okay.
in pain and almost like in reverence. And the this high priest suddenly grabs the marker, and the priest falls to the ground and is basically unconscious.
Okay.
He is currently drooling on the floor.
And I should care why?
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying that's happened.
well,
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
I'm going to take. Can I take a step forward?
Roll me a d20.
Okay. Now, how long will it take? 8.
You go to step forward,
Okay.
but your feet don't move. You go to speak, but no words come. Like almost like you're trying to speak but you don't have a tongue.
Oh, great.
Come on, roll 20. Sorry, this is a big map and everything just keeps seizing up on me.
You're good.
Can I get my drone to sort of circle around me to try and find any problems then?
Roll me a d20 for the drone.
And if
You manage to connect to your drone, and it does a quick scan on you. There doesn't appear to be anything physically wrong with you. Or your mech. Your mech seems to be working at 100%. You think maybe it's you.
is that enough for me to be able to end?
Yep, the mech can fly around you, but don't forget it's a little flying drone. It's like a towel.
Yes.
It's like a towel drone. And yeah, it does a quick scan over you, and everything about you seems to be completely functional.
Okay.
Be right.
Shut up. Oh,
He holds the marker.
anyway.
He holds the marker. Roll me a d20, both of yous.
All right. 17.
Okay. And sit.
Hmm?
Roll me a d20.
I'ma die.
Okay. You sense a sense of relief, Sid, almost as if you can move and think again. Kamiko, you
cool.
feel the same sensation, but you also start hearing the marker, almost if it's saying to you. And it's kind of like, yes, yes!
All right. Well, can I take a step forward now?
Before you can take a step forward, he says, ah, first order of business. And he points to Barry and says, seize him.
Why?
Barry's a criminal. And
Oh,
these two
okay.
monks come up and grab him.
Bye, Barry.
He's like, your punishment will be decided momentarily. But right now, you will be placed under arrest. Full arrest. And they move him over to this pillar where there appear, where they suddenly walk up and they grab onto what appear to be just like ordinary stones, but they pull them out and it actually has shackles, and they shackle Barry's mech to the pillar here. So I'll just put a... Where's the shackles?
So they've shackled Barry to the pillar because his mech is intrinsically
His
He could still hop out of his mech if he wanted to, but they don't know that.
yeah. So for now, let's not do anything rash. We can, if need be, run off or try to. I'm not sure how well that would go.
There was a shackle friggin' thing, but now I can't spot it. I'll just put that there. And the two monks just stand beside him. And these two monks move forward. And these two women move forward.
Can I take a step forward now?
Roll me a d20.
God damn it, Levitz. We just did that for the fucking goddamn it. Alright, it's a 4.
No, you cannot move. All you can hear is the marker's voice within your head screaming yes.
Can
Is
I,
that
inside my mech, hold my head?
um yeah, roll us a d20.
Why? 9. Incredible.
Yeah, it's your body inside your mech that's not moving, not your mech itself.
Okay, great.
And this guy all of a sudden he's like, "Come, come, we have much to do." And
Okay.
he points towards the staircase up here and he's like, "We shall proceed to the lock." And he's like, "You may join us, Teklia, Sid, Fisfra."
And how do you know our names?
He's like, "Oh, that's not your concern now.
If it's gonna get me killed, that is very much my concern.
I am a monk of peace. I do not kill."
Why did
Your
you go?
compatriots, on the other hand,
My
that was out
compatriots,
of character.
compatriots
That was
do
out of
not kill
character.
either. We are holy messengers. We do the will of the Great One, Umbasa. And we shall open the lock now. And you are welcome to experience this stage of enlightenment, our awakening.
I kind of want to go back to my girlfriend.
Oh, there's no going back now.
See, now that concerns me. Why can
I'm.
I not go back?
Oh boy.
Because, and he waves his hands, the doors are closed. And this big door here just suddenly slides up and closes behind you.
How easy is it to rig a landmine to just be a nuclear bomb?
Very difficult.
Quite a large tech roll for do something like that. A landmine is designed to that you place it on, you set it, and then it's a proximity explosion.
My thinking is, if I go out, you're all
Yeah,
coming
you
with
would need.
bastards.
I, I look at Sid and I just go,
I didn't say anything.
no,
This is all
please, seriously.
character, but
No, no. I look at you. I'm just like, I can hear what you're thinking, and no.
He holds up the marker in his hands. He's like, oh, what? Oh, now I've forgotten the name. What was their word for the? Not the unification. Not convergence. What was?
Ascension.
Ascension. Yeah, our ascension is at hand. Rejoice.
but what if I don't want to join
like-
your ascension?
He's like, you are the savior of our people. You have brought us
No, I'm
ascension.
not. That's the crazy robot chick. I'm just along for the ride.
All of a sudden, this staircase suddenly goes down and creates a further staircase. So instead of going upwards, now it goes downwards to another level. He's like, let us proceed.
Can I refuse?
The answer to that is apparently no.
He's like, well, you're welcome to stay behind if you like, but don't you want to witness the great convergence firsthand? They will speak of you for generations, for all eternity.
I feel like I'm gonna be sacrificed.
Of course not. Your safety is assured. We are of peace.
Uh-huh. Right.
As long as I get my as long as I get my
I
marker
still
back,
have
I'm
my
fine.
weapons on me, correct?
Yes,
Okay, good.
Sorry, what
we
was
all
that?
I
do.
don't trust these people at all, okay? And the way Lavitz is talking makes it me trust a lot less.
Well, I'm not very good at
All
doing
right,
a
where are
priest
we?
voice.
Doesn't matter. The way you're doing it scares the hell out of me.
Okay. Um, Actually, instead of a stairway, the whole level actually just sinks down. And like an elevator.
All right.
And if you go to the right of the map, you find yourself in a similar room. Though this one glows, but it doesn't seem to have any torchlight besides these ones down south here. But they appear to be lighting up the entire room. Come on, be a team player, roll 20, please. Just once.
I would like to look at this man and just go, all right, what does this have to do with me?
He's like, you are the ones that brought. You are the one that brought the marker here. You are the key carrier. Your fellowship has
Well,
brought
I
us.
certainly don't seem to be carrying.
Your fellowship has brought it here. Therefore ye shall reap upon the greatest rewards, to witness the ascension first hand. Rejoice.
Okay. So then,
Okay.
where's this lock thing?
He's like, there are two locks that this marker must unlock. The one to the north, the one to the south.
The one to the east and one to the west. Hey, yeah. Sorry.
Ah, Sid.
Or I would just go to a corner and kill myself now.
Am I required to use this, or
He's like, if you wish, I'll allow you to unlock the second lock.
why not the first?
Because I shall unlock the first lock. It is my destiny and my duty. The first latch must be unlocked by the most holy one. The second one must be unlocked by the carrier.
Well then, what are we doing standing around?
Okay,
I'm just watching. I'm literally a bystander.
well, these two move behind you, and these two move beside Kamiko. And he starts walking up the stairs, holding a marker in his hand with both hands above him, like holding a goblet.
I don't have much choice but to follow him, so yeah.
Okay. This priest continues to be unconscious on the floor.
incredible.
Yep, his dedication is great, you know.
He really sells the role.
Yep. Okay, Sid, what are you doing? You gonna hang back in the hallway, or you gonna follow and watch the Great Awakening, the Ascension?
This is probably going to go crazy.
Sid, is Sid disappeared again? Have I disconnected?
Huh?
I can still hear you.
Yeah. Sid, what are you doing? But what are you doing?
So I take a seat here and start tinkering.
All right. Fisra sticks beside you fairly well. And these two seem to stay really close to you.
Okay.
Okay. So, Kamiko, you're following the priest?
I don't really seem to have much choice, yeah?
Okay. Okay, he walks up to the front wall here. And what appear to be stairs on the wall are actually massive amounts of gears. He places his hand upon the wall, and suddenly a doorway opens up and appears to have multiple locks, and it just starts clinkering, cha-ching, 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 and these massive doors start opening up. He then proceeds to move forward. He's like, come, come, ascension awaits.
I look at my. Everyone looks at me. We both shrug, and then we just follow.
Okay. Let me review this room. Actually, roll me a d20. Targeting. Just Kamiko, because Kamiko's the only one there.
Well,
12. Okay, you open up thing, and there appears to be a bunch of glyphs on the ground. Circles, but it all seems to be solid, but also moving at the same time. The priest walks up to the center of the room. It doesn't really show here, but you actually roll me a d20, Kamiko. Okay.
well,
You sense that this contains a black marker on the ground, but you're actually looking at the bottom of the black marker, like it's upside down. And on the floor, you can see a small, where the priest is standing right here, which is not clinking up, there appears to be a perfectly shaped marker hole.
okay.
And the priest begins to walk up, and he takes out the marker and slots it upside down directly into the hole. Both of you roll me a d20.
3.
Okay. Sid?
Yep. 12.
Sid, you're starting to feel almost like your bones are rattling. As this entire, well, for lack of a better word, temple, it is starting to shake. Kamiko, you don't feel anything.
Okay.
The room starts to glow with a black light. Almost as if all light is being actually sucked away. But you can also see everything, even though there's no light around. you suddenly, in your bones, you feel a chink sound. And the priest removes the marker. He's like, the first lock is opened. Roll me a targeting, both of yous.
13.
Okay.
Uh, 8.
Yeah, Sid, you don't really notice anything besides the rumbling that you're feeling within your bones. Kamiko, you've noticed that the marker is now glowing. The what was red is now black, and what is black was now red. So the marker is now turned black, and the writing has turned red, as opposed to the opposite way around.
Okay.
Now, Kamiko, roll me one more d20.
7.
Okay, this marker is calling out to you. All you want to do is snatch it. So
Is he
roll.
going to hand it to me?
He is holding it upright. He is almost about to present it to you. Roll me a d20 targeting.
Alright. Now, I want to... Okay, that's a 12.
Yep, before he can also say now it is your, and before he says now it is your turn to carry the marker, you've already snatched it out of his hand.
I would like to just say that when I grabbed it, I opened up my mech and then
Leaped at him
grabbed it
like
with my
Smeagol.
regular arm.
Yeah.
No, more like a. You know how like eels will be hiding? They'll have a quick snatch and then they're back in their hole.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like that.
Yeah. Well, you're basically like Smeagol now.
No thanks. We're good.
Okay, and the priest's like, oh, well, very well. Let me lead you to the final lock.
Okay.
And he begins walking out there, but he's got his, even though he's got his back turned to you, you feel like he's watching you.
Oh, good boy.
And he walks out and he's got his arms outwards in like a majestic kind of pose, and he's like, the first lock is unsealed. Our ascension is drawing close. Surely you all feel it.
Gonna get us killed.
I think at this point we don't really have much of a choice, to be honest.
You always have a choice.
Why do you think I'm sitting down tinkering? I'm literally just watching.
Let us continue.
What are you tinkering with, by the way, Sid?
What do I have to tinker with? Because the moment I pull out a weapon to tinker, that's gonna be red flags all over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, these guys are watching you very closely. However, actually...
What would happen if I started tinkering with the collar that that colony gave me?
Which collar was that? Sorry.
The one that if I died, my body just teleports to that colony.
That's always on you.
Yeah.
Well,
so I can't.
It's inside your mech, and you're inside the mech, so literally you can basically just tinker around with it inside your mech without them even knowing. Like, they can't see inside your mech.
Sure, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I could probably tinker with a pistol inside my mech, couldn't I?
Yeah, well, your mech is like a Gundam or an Ava unit. You know, you can literally... They can't see inside there. You've got like all the screens inside that show you like read ups and everything of what's going on around you, but inside they can't
Hmm.
see inside. It's not two-way glass. It's basically one-way glass.
Well, if that's the case,
Okay. Actually, roll me a targeting Kamiko.
I've,
Everything seems to be
I'm
up on the up and up. Nothing seems to have changed in your views.
I am doing incredibly well.
Oh, you're great.
Apparently,
Your rolls have been great.
I
For
know
all your observations and stuff and your insights,
so many of them
spot
have
on.
just been like 2, 3, 4.
You've been getting more fours than anything, really.
Yeah, roll 20 is. I love roll 20.
actually, you know what? Can I tinker with my personal shield?
Yes, you can. It's still only um, one thing, but you can tinker around with it, check its settings to make sure it's functional and stuff like that. In fact, you
Yeah,
roll me a tech quickly and a mod, a plus mod, sorry, or tech, whichever you choose.
well, I have higher in mod than I do tech, so.
Then muck around with mod. You realise, with a bit of this tinkering, that you could technically overcharge it, so you could actually encompass your mech for about 2 rounds, or 12 seconds.
Would that like destroy it?
There is a high chance that it would overload and destroy it, but it would protect your mech um, with one shield for 2 rounds before it burnt out completely.
So essentially a Hail Mary.
Yeah, an overcharge.
Yeah, pretty much if I feel like I'm gonna die pretty soon, or if I'm at extremely low health, I can toss that up to help someone.
Yes. Well, only yourself, not anybody else.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah. Okay. Let's view this. Another stairway opens up and a big door shifts open, revealing another stairway. This one appears to be leading upwards, even though the stairs make it look. No, leading downwards, sorry. Leading downwards. Would you like to follow them along, Sid?
I mean, they're just unlocking the other side, aren't they?
They're about to unlock the ascension.
Yeah, I'll stick here.
Alrighty. Okay, and these two are going to be following up, and they're going to stand right here. Actually, roll me a targeting, Sid. Okay. Um,
21.
you notice that the monk and the um, spear woman, they appear to be getting buffer.
Who appear to be these guys?
Yeah, yeah. They appear to be getting more muscular.
Okay.
You swear they've grown a couple of inches as well.
Has
Interesting.
anything changed for me?
21. And their eyes appear to be slightly different color.
Huh.
Only slightly. No, Kamiko, that was what your role was for before.
Over
Oh, okay.
calm, I would whisper to Tekla, "Are you sure you want to continue with this? Weird things are going on."
Yes.
Well, inside Kamiko's head, all he's hearing is yes, 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 yes.
It's
Okay.
like the JoJo meme.
I don't know JoJo memes. I try to avoid JoJo.
Uh,
I couldn't get into it personally.
I tried to. I watched like the first 2 or 3 episodes, and I'm just like, I don't like the animation. I don't
oh,
like
there
the
you go.
characters. I don't like the look. Everything about it's just making me not want to watch this.
There you go. It's an art and
It's
memes.
kind of like Steven Universe and what's that other one? Rick and Morty. No matter, I've tried to sit down and watch them, I just can't.
It's art and memes. There you
Memes.
go.
Let me have a gander. Yeah. Um, it's more like you've watched Team Four Stars Dragon Ball Z Bridge, right?
Yes.
You know when Cell's about to become perfect, and everyone's like, "No, no, no!" And then it goes into Vegeta's head, and he's like, "Yes, yes." That's basically what's happening here.
All right. Well, I'm going to continue in then.
Come on, roll 20. Come on, stop being a prick. Okay. A hallway opens up, and a long passageway, and fires start bursting into flame as you guys start walking in the room. They seem to be responding to you and the marker. So the priest is walking in
Okay.
and it's darkness, and the moment you step foot in there, the room just starts lightening up. Every time you walk past one of these pillars, it lights up.
Okay.
And then the priest points to this spot here. And he says,
All right. I'm getting out of
place
the
the
mech.
marker in there and welcome the ascension. Now, do
All
you want to do this
right.
in your mech or outside of your mech?
Out.
Okay.
It is outside of my. It is inside my mech, so I should go outside of it.
Yep. Question is, do you want to place it in while wearing your mech or place it in there barehanded?
Um. Can I sort of hold it with my fancy, weird uh, split arms and then insert it that way?
Sorry, what was that? I heard hentai in the background.
Oh, said. Can I insert it with my arms all in the fancy split position,
Um,
like
oh, like the Grievous
holding it?
position, yeah.
Yeah, like holding it for extra stability and putting it in there.
Yeah, well, it's a dainty little slot. It's just basically you place the marker upside down and slide it straight in like a key.
Cool. Well, yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then once that's done, I'm going to
Okay,
put my arms back in
righty.
regular position.
Well,
All right.
okay. So you're placing the key in. Let me just resize you so that you're the right size, because otherwise, autism.
Okay.
Okay, marker point is right here. All you need to do is insert the key. And the awakening shall begin.
All right. Let's do it.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay, the key cards, they should be there. Okay. You place the marker in there. Roll me a d20, Kamiko. But before we do that,
D20.
okay,
4.
okay.
Wow.
One question: how much time do you have left, Sid?
What do you mean?
How much time? Like, I'm not sure whether to end the session right here or go on what happens.
Please no cliffhangers.
You can continue with what happens.
I just want to know roughly how much time you've got.
I can stay up, just nodding in and out.
It's great. Like I can get a crit roll to know all about the intricate workings of an archer's bow as an observation. But when it's some kind of important story roll, no, I have to roll a 4.
Okay. You insert, like, you clumsily insert the key in, and suddenly the marker gets sucked into it, and you start feeling the entire temple shudder and shake. Roll me a d20, Sid.
Can I keep my hand on it?
No, it's been sucked in, and it's kind of
Oh,
closed behind it.
okay,
Okay,
fine.
Sid, you feel like your bones want to rip out of your body and run around and do the friggin' Jenga.
Okay,
But you
that's
sh- you sure you're right? You sound really tired.
huh?
You're right. You sound really tired.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Because if you want,
Um,
we can end it here and pick up on this cliffhanger.
it's okay. So you said it feels like my bones are trying to escape me.
Yes, your head starts hurting a lot.
Am I supposed to be rolling lows on these?
No, highs are good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I rolled a 4.
Now, Kamiko, roll me another d20.
19.
Oh, you were so fucking lucky. Okay, you feel your body start to warp for a second. And you have this uncontrollable urge for your safety to get right back into your mech.
Okay.
Almost as if you just opened up a chest and saw a bunch of blinking lights and a counter counting down from 3.
Hmm?
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to calmly but swiftly walk back to my mech and then,
I don't know, you
get in.
know that you've got to get in your mech right the fuck now.
Right? Because I just did.
Okay, suddenly the room glows red. The marker ejects itself and flies directly into your mech, jamming directly into its chest plate.
Oh, okay.
The entire temple starts glowing, and all the people their eyes start glowing, and their bodies start mutating.
Huh.
You know that scene when Frieza suddenly starts transforming from the smaller version to the bigger version? And he gets like that big distorted thing where his torso goes massive for a second and whatnot? That's what's happening to everybody around you. However, let me just roll. How many people are there? There's 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. So let me just roll 5d20s. Oh, well, that's bad. Okay. Okay. Suddenly, the priest starts screaming, "Yes, ascension is mine!" Roll. Um, you guys are going to have to roll me turn order.
Does the marker do anything inside of my suit?
Dumbass.
Okay.
Alright, if we're actually going into combat, is it okay if we stop at combat start?
See, that's why I wanted to do that because I didn't want to spoil this. But yep. Wait a second. Let's see. We got one elite woman here, monk here, monk here. Um, that priest, he is unconscious, but he explodes into that. Let me just get this final setup. And the head priest mutates. And let me just get their size right. Boom. Boom.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
The marker's embedded in my chest plate. Does it do anything there?
Roll me a d20.
Alright. D20. 18.
Yes, it actually gives your suit a massive boost of power.
Huh.
You feel that your shields have suddenly quadrupled.
Oh, I was worried that it had gone and pierced into me, but that's good.
It's pierced straight into the chest plate of your suit, and it's actually
Quick
flush with
question.
it. Yes.
Any chance I can, like, I noticed they change, right? Like they start to change.
Yeah, they're going to be changing for the first 2 rounds.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I can move away, anyways.
Yes, but you are in, like, if you
Yeah,
do move,
yeah,
he will. The
it's
closest
okay.
one will lash at you. Within range. If you're in with range, it will kind of, as it's transforming, it will swing its arms at you. It will have a minus to hit at you, but it will have a chance at hitting at you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the woman here has not changed.
Interesting. Okay.
Is she frightened of these large creatures?
She is quite. Actually, let's just see. Yeah, she's freaking the fuck out. She's just
Ha.
watched 2 monks, like 2 devoted monks of the media, literally just explode into giant hulking monstrosities. Oh, by the way,
Alright.
this church was called the Church of the Media. I kept forgetting to
Heh.
mention that.
Okay.
Once we
Um.
once we get out of this, I am jamming that stone into me.
Well,
I am never letting that out of my
it's
sight again.
jammed flush right into your suit now, so you're not going to be able to get it out without quite literally taking the chest plate apart.
Anyways,
I'm fine with
I
that.
I might call it a night.
Alrighty, I'm just going to set the names
Alright.
for everything, so then you
Good
know
night, guys.
what's what. Alright,
Night.
Sid, sleep tight, alright? Get some rest.
Yeah, will do.
Oh, I should probably change my mech shields to a 20, yeah?
Times 4, so yeah. Okay,
Okay.
okay. And yeah, congratulations, you guys have just doomed an entire planet. Oh wait, Sid's gone.
Okay. I mean, honestly, Lavitz, again, jamming this thing right into me, never letting it out of my sight again.
Well, it's an initial part of your thing, but you know that the power is not going to last. Like, it's not going to be a
Yeah.
permanent buff to your shields. It's just going to be a temporary buff to your shields for probably about 10, maybe 20 rounds. So probably about, grimly about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm just
And-
saying, right? Like, I'm
Actually, roll me
taking it out.
a tech. Actually,
A tech?
yes.
Or 10.
Okay. This is going to be like the initial scan of when it hit you, but it's actually rotating and drilling itself into your mech. So it's directly flush with it at the moment, but it's starting to drill through your armor towards you. So basically, this power boost is going to be until it actually drills its way through your mech. upon which it's going to be coming for you.
This is going to be just like my dream, isn't it?
I don't remember your dream.
My dream was a large fat man shoved who had this shoved it inside of my body when I tried to retrieve it,
Actually,
and as a result,
that was just a luck of the roll.
oh well, as a result, I ended up getting paralyzed until later when it became part of my spine. So that's nice, you know.
Basically, if it was between a 10 and a 15, it was going to fly into the wall. If it was a 5 or to a 10, it was going to launch itself into the monk. And if it was below that, it was just going to be, it was going to drill downwards, so it was going to be lost forever.
Okay, well, it's a good thing that I have it still. What a crit would have been?
Crit, basically, it would have drilled straight in through your mech and buried itself into your head.
A crit success, or
That would have been a crit success.
and what would have happened then?
Um, 50-50 if it was bad or not.
Okay,
If it was a good roll, like after the crit success, if you got another crit success, you would have gained like basically shitload of knowledge and be basically super powered. Like
so
it would have given you,
again, like
it would
my
have given
dream.
you it would have given you a plus to basically every stat. Crit fail, it would have caused massive mutations and you would have started mutating. Basically, what would happen is if you killed something or whatever, it'd try and mold to your body. So basically, it would have been like whatever you killed, you'd actually a chunk of it would become part of you, eventually turning you into a hulking monstrosity. Which still could
Oh,
happen. You are in the radiation zone, but your mech is. That's one of the reasons why you held the urge to get into your mech, because you knew that would shield you mostly from this radiation pulse that is mutating everything around it.
okay. Not gonna lie, Laffits. I'm a bit worried about how it goes once we're 10 rounds into combat and it is inside of my body.
Yeah, well, it's not going to do that now. Well, I'm not going to spoil
Okay.
what's going to happen, but in 10, 20 rounds, it will bury its way through the mech and it will no longer be powering your mech.
It will instead be inside of me, and I will get to look really cool as I die, I guess.
Well, that depends. These things are, they might kill you before you even get to that stage. On the bright side, you got
Maybe.
Fistra. And
Okay.
Barry's currently in a room by himself. Which reminds me.
Oh,
Whoop. Whoop. There we go.
okay. Well, in that case, I have to go.
Go to shit yourself.
No, brush my teeth and go to bed.
Alright. Well, we'll pick
I
up
have to
this.
be ready to be a robot tomorrow.
Yep, we'll pick this up tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Next Saturday. Hopefully I'll be good for the game tomorrow because don't forget I've got Ray's game tomorrow as well. Ah, what the hell happened?
Okay. All right. See ya.
Alright, have a good one, mate. Night.